Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I got to sneeze. Excuse me. Bless me, bless me. I haven't taken my evening meds and I forgot because I was on another channel and having cosmic connections and realizations, and I realized that not just in tonight, but over my many observations of folks, and I mean that with the utmost of respect. Folks just includes everyone in my opinion. Hey Julianne, how are you? And I got slapped spiritually, cosmically, or whatever, and it was that um, I kind of assume sometimes that everybody has the fundamental, the easy for me to say, that folks have the fundamentals of stuff down, like a simple meditation. And that to some of us, at my age, and with the few things that I'm supposed to worry about, meditation comes very easily, sometimes too easily. And so then there are folks out there who are struggling for literally a moment's worth of peace. And I'm, like, I guess I hadn't really realized how the depth of this as to the inability for folks to um, actually do some simple basics. And this is this is a positive thing because it's like my realization of things that I've been practicing for the last 30, 40 years. There are some people who just they haven't even heard about it. Hi, Julianne. Ask you me. Organic sneeze. Orgasmic? Not quite, but it was a good one. you know. So, what I would like to do in this discussion, and it is a discussion, there are many different ways of learning how to meditate, but I want to give a precursor to some of these techniques because what I have learned, and I almost everybody would agree that can meditate, that it's a mindset. Okay, it's a where you put your mind. Well, I want to think about NFL football. Tomorrow is the Super Bowl, so some folks are thinking about Super Bowl and who's playing and with the teams, and that's okay. But in that, their brain is occupied with that thought and that thing and outcome or whatever. Maybe they got some money riding on the team. I'm picking Tampa just because I was from Tampa. Well, I still not was from. I am from Tampa, at least partially. But anyway, with these techniques, though, one of the first things, and no one told me this. I learned it on my own through meditation, and it's that um, those who meditate rarely tell you what not to expect. And you go, wait a minute, Hawkeye, what the hell are you talking about? Everyone has their own expectations or, what they feel they should get. What is it like if I meditate? What does it feel like? What is that feeling? And as discussed by many people, they say, well, it's hard to describe. That's true. When people reach it, sometimes through their own methods, which is fine, it's that you reach that point of nirvana. There's a knowing between people who've actually kind of sort of meditated, and understand what it means to, like, just let the sounds go away and don't let the chaos in. And but for many of us, it has taken us years. We just didn't go poop and we could do it. There are some people who can, don't get me wrong. But for many of us, it's like, and one of the things that troubled me in my quest for meditation, okay, and I was back in the day when they were teaching Om and all this kind of stuff back in the late 60s and all through the 70s and 80s. I went to sweat lodges and spiritual things and just all kinds of stuff, just wanting to learn. But nobody ever told you what not to expect. And this sounds contrary to, because people have difficulty expressing what that feeling is. Oh, but when you get there, you'll have this, and it's euphoric, and it's a calmness of your mind. And you go, yeah, but well, what the hell do I do in between? And, I don't seem to be getting there. I don't get it. Oh, but you just keep on and you'll get it, right? I mean, I've heard that, there is truth in that. You must practice all the time. But first off, it is a mindset. Because for me, when I realized that, oh my God, I've actually been meditating all this time, I was expecting something else to happen during the meditations. I was expecting nirvana to come every single time I meditated. And whether it was for 10 minutes or 10 hours or 10 days, but in my mind was, quote, expecting something. And after a while, I looked back and went, wait a minute, I've already been doing this. I kept my spirit, my mind, whatever it is in us. And to every degree, everybody who tries to meditate, get it, listen, tries to meditate because they're trying to do it instead of allowing it to happen. Well, wait a minute. You can get all, and I mean this with the utmost of respect for people who use candles. I do it myself. I use campfires. Okay, but here's the point, and it was brought up in the chat tonight on another channel. I can't remember who said it. Don't want to drop their name anyway, but it was that, to the point though, one needs to learn how to meditate anywhere without any kind of special. This isn't exactly what they said, but to my point, and I had to learn this on my own, that if I want to have communion with spirit, I don't have to light a candle every time. If I want to, send prayers out to the universe, I don't have to light sage and do a tobacco ceremony every time. I just do it. But there had to be a point where I had reached a, whatever, if you want to call it spirituality, I would call it like consciousness, mixing with the unconscious, to go, wait a minute, I've actually been doing this all along. So, because other people can't explain what it feels like to be in that deep meditative state, then that means there's something there. Well, if they can't explain it, then how am I going to know? Right? I went through this. And so, and it's in the understanding that it's just simply in the knowing. You don't, you go, oh, well, how am I going to, if you go in to try to meditate like that, your frantic behavior of wanting to find nirvana, I'm just using that as a, in other words, that I'm using the word nirvana as a quintessential feeling of that I'm in the zone. So I don't mean it in the traditional sense of nirvana or the group, right? So, but anyway, but that peacefulness, that quietness. But if no one can actually explain it to you, then how do you know if you got there, right? You know, I went through the whole thing with transcendental meditation. I saw folks whose lives seemed to be transformed overnight, and they had to pay $300 to quote, get this, learn the magic word. And I went all the way up to the $300 in the magic word because something said, I got to pay someone, some guru, who a licensed practitioner of this. Now, this was back in like 69, 70, okay, 71, and later, but something said, wait a minute. But everybody, and their answer to this was, well, everybody has their own, sound. And since then, I've learned we all have our own sound that we make with the universe. It is our own vibration, but we can change it if we understand just a little bit. So it's like before you even start breathing, before you want to start meditation and getting out candles and crystals and all these other things, you have to get something up in here that also reaches down and touches in here. It's a duo thing. And you have to convince yourself, I'm not going to just try to meditate because we need to change the words. I will learn to meditate. Yeah. You're not going to try anymore. So before you go anywhere, step one in this process is understanding these very basic things. What I would try to describe as a good meditative state may not be the same every single time, but I can reach a point in my head. And sometimes now it just happens when I'm like sitting here talking to y'all. And, it's like, wait a minute, not now. So you can get that feeling when you realize that you've kind of had it all along. So the lesson, to me, number one lesson, before you, like I said, before you get out the candles, is that, hey, David Castle, you had a really good show tonight. Is that for people who are just learning how to do this, take someone who's 68 and have been working on this since I was 15, okay? Get it in your head, you will learn how to do it. That's first. Second thing is, if it can't be described by anyone else, then how are you going to know when you get there? So if you try to have this preconception of what meditation is going to feel like, it might go right past you and you went, well, but that's not my perception of what meditation should be. Sometimes meditation is nothing more than just sit still, close your eyes, sit up, like in a waiting room or something like that. When I was doing a lot of that, I would just sit quietly in my chair and go, God Almighty, I got another 30 minutes before the doctor sees me. There's 5 patients ahead of me. She's already late. I think I'll just sit here and meditate. And before I know it, I can hear things in the room. I haven't gone to sleep. Otherwise, I would have fallen over in my chair. I'm still aware of things, but I have entered the null zone, as other people are calling it. But I just find it interesting that I can slip off into the null zone sometimes too easily. But so it doesn't require anything special, but it does require your mindset. Always, always. It always requires your mindset. Well, I'm going to quiet my mind for a few minutes and just do it. Well, there's a bunch of stuff going through your head. Now, I've talked about this before. And if you try to stop the chaos, that if you got stuff, you're not going to do it. You're going to waste more energy trying to stop the chaos than if you just let the movie run. Put it on fast forward and don't stop to think about anything. Just let these random, crazy, chaotic thoughts go ahead and get the hell out of you. Wipe it out of your RAM. You're going to clear your RAM in your brain. It's it's the stuff you've had to worry about right now, or maybe stuff that's long term. But anyway, you have to let it run. And, sometimes just letting the chaos run by without stopping to look at it, it's just a movie on fast forward. That's all. But by doing that, after 5 minutes of just letting the chaos go, I feel much better. And I may have never reached, per se, a moment of really good inner meditation, but I have allowed the craziness to play out in its own without getting in it and getting all emotional or no, just let it go. So when you clear your RAM, in my opinion, using a computer term, when you clear the RAM, then you've got all this extra space that's just free without any kind of emotions or chaotic thoughts in it. So if you can understand that that's what you want to do, okay, before you start doing it, so you can understand these basic things. In order to quiet the mind, I have to let the mind get quiet. So if we don't have enough strength, now there have been times when as I've learned this, I've learned how to just shut stuff off and go, no, you can't run right now. But for folks who are just beginning, if you don't have the willpower, the strength, the knowledge, to shut everything up, you will lose psychic energy in trying to shut it up. Okay, just understand it. Okay, and if you start practicing this and seeing it, you will. I think you'll understand on your own. Now, let me go into breathing exercises. Now, maybe it's because I was in chorus back in grade school and in the choir and all this kind of stuff that we learn to straighten our backs and sing from our diaphragm. You don't sing from your lungs. So when I take a breath, even now, I'm breathing all the way down into my stomach, not just into my chest. So when I take a deep breath, I've probably got at least half much more volume of air that I draw in because through all the theater and singing and everything over the years, I've just naturally learned to draw it into my um, diaphragm and not just your lungs. So if you think of breathing with only your lungs, you're breathing actually deeper than that. So, and I don't think you'd mind, but Doug was talking about that he's got back issues and can't straighten out. I have back issues and I have trouble straightening it out. But let me tell you, when I can sit more straight, prop pillows behind you, lean in a way that you're as straight as possible so that the air can go all the way down into your diaphragm. Okay, so if you're slouched over, you're not going to get the air. You can do it laying down. It's a little easier if you're slightly reclined. Um, but be in a position that it's easy to breathe. If you're just going to sit up and breathe for a couple of minutes but then you want to meditate for 10 or 15, are you going to be able to hold that pose in a lotus position? I can't do that. Okay, so I find a chair that I'm comfortable with. I can get my feet set. Okay, now a technique that was taught to me years ago to learn how to relax before you meditate, which will, if you do it right, it'll send you right into meditation. But as a rule, all of the things that I have learned, never ever breathe out through your nose unless your throat's clogged. Always breathe, learn to breathe out your mouth because you do not want any of the carbon monoxide and anything that's mixed in with you to go back up through your nose and into your brain. Now, everything that I have read, learned, never ever breathe back out through your nose. It's always in through the nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. You take in all the good things and you exhale all the badness. Okay. And when you're breathing, you think that I intake good, positive energy, and anything that's in me is going to be expelled. Negative energy, I'm going to breathe it out. I'm going to breathe in good energy, good thoughts, So this is a process. And there are times when I was first learning how to do this, I said it out loud so I could hear it. Now I have this disconnect where sometimes I literally have to speak things out loud so my brain will hear it. Okay. Even reading. Okay. So I've been hit in the head when I was a child and I've had learning disabilities, but I've learned that if I read something out loud, I could hear it. There were two ways there, I could see it visually and auditorially. So my brain had two ways to, use that information to remember, okay, or to learn. So with that said, so first off, your intent is I'm going to learn how to do this. And as an aside to that, you can say, and for each time that I try this, it will get easier. So it's rather like a form, this idea that I'm speaking of is like a form of self hypnosis. Okay. In self hypnosis, you give yourself keywords and you do your best not to think, I'm going to quit smoking. Every day I'm going to smoke one cigarette less. Every day I'm not going to eat something. I'm going to, drink less coffee, whatever it is in your um, self hypnosis thoughts. You speak your intent and say it out loud. I will learn how to meditate, and every time I do this, it will get easier. So you're going to convince yourself and give yourself a kudos and a pat on the back every time, because for every time you do it, if you use these simple words and say, you know, I will learn this even more, and it will get easier as I do it. But if you keep using the word, well, I tried to meditate, that doesn't get it. The brain is all confused and doesn't know what you want. So tell it, I will learn how to meditate. Don't give yourself a time span, because I'm still learning how to meditate in certain other ways. So, and I, as a shaman in training, still, but this is what I have learned as an old meditator person. If you know these certain things going in, then it's going to be a lot easier. I've taught this to a few other people. Maybe I should teach online. Who knows? But I'm hoping that here's some free advice. Try this now, so that you've sat down and made the decision. Okay, I am going to learn how to do this, and I will get better as I learn. Stick to very basics. Learn how to breathe in. Now, I've learned this. I don't know, literally going on 50 years ago. It has been a technique. It part of it came through Edgar Cayce and the Cayce Foundation, and it goes back to other wisdoms. And I honestly, I wish I could remember, but I've been doing this for 50 years. Okay, honestly. And when you sit in the chair, if you can, I wouldn't recline all the way back, because then that has a tendency to want to put you into sleep. But maybe that you need a short nap of 10 or 15 minutes. Allow yourself to be aware of your surroundings. But one of the things, in order to calm the mind, is to calm the body. Now, a simple thing that was, let me finish the breathing. 4 times in, hold it briefly. There is, depending, you breathe in to the count of 4, just 1, 2, 3, 4. We did this when I did a meditation drum thing back a ways. Hold it to the count of 2, and then breathe out to the count of 4. Now you always breathe in to the count of 4, but you hold it after you do it a couple of times. While you're doing it, it builds up, your lungs get stronger. So now that you hold it to the count of 4, and then you exhale to the count of 6, it's not really hard to do this. All right. And so what it does is it will regulate you. Well, while you're doing this breathing, this is a simultaneous thing. Okay. to relax your mind and your body. So you're inhaling positive right to your brain. The oxygen's going right up in there. If you breathe out through your nose, then it's going to get clogged with crap. Don't, I know there are people who say in and out. Please don't do that. Stay with the old folks who say, always breathe out your mouth. Sort of like a fire breathing dragon, but some of them have fire out their nose. That just must have hurt their sinuses. But anyway, continue on with this. So you start at your feet, and you imagine that your feet, you're bringing all the blood out of your feet, all the way up your legs and all the way up your knees and thighs and into your hips. And then you're allowing your fingers to relax and up both arms. You can do them one arm at a time. It takes a little longer, but it's if you go through the practice and you want to calm your mind, so you're concentrating on the breathing into 4, out to, and do this maybe 10 times, not each one, but 3 or 4 for the first one, 3 or 4 for the next one, 3 or 4 for the next one, and then you'll find that you'll start to breathe in a different way. You have established a pattern. But as you're doing this, you're in your mind, you're pushing all of the old blood back up to the heart. Because what happens if you ever get a good massage, the massage will start at your toes and go towards your back. Now, this is what Edgar Cayce taught a long time ago, because you want to take all the old blood out, up through the veins and everything, and back up towards the heart. So you want to take that same energy that's sitting in your feet, and you want to bring it, not necessarily push it, but you want to draw that blood out of your feet, that negative energy, what's been sitting collecting. I got varicose veins, So you want to pull that energy up towards your heart. And the same thing with your fingers. A good massage always starts with the fingers, because it will start drawing blood from the capillaries and down, and you push all the old blood back up towards the heart, so the body is replenished. I used to give massages, learned it, taught it anyway, and was taught by a person who learned through the Edgar Cayce Foundation, by the way, in 1971. So I've known some of this stuff for a long time, but I take it for granted that other people kind of know this stuff. And it's like, it's just in me. I already, I don't have to stop and think about it. It's become a part of, me in that respect. So in wanting to relax, so you've got your breathing under control, and you establish you've got good oxygen now in, and you're imagining all the blood returning back to your heart, the old stuff, so it can get the new blood with the fresh oxygen that you're putting into your system. Okay, it only takes a few minutes, but in this, with focusing on this and with the positive thoughts that you gave yourself, it's going to be a lot easier than for the craziness and the chaos in your head to go away, because you will have changed your focus on wanting, allowing your body to relax, to accept this, to accept the new feeling, to accept the you always hear me talking about accept and receive, but accept the oxygen and accept that the blood is flowing differently, because you're consciously thinking about this, because your intent is to calm down, relax, and be able to breathe with the universe and allow yourself to meditate. That in and of itself is a meditation. Now, if you will practice that simple, and it ain't a hard technique, if you will practice that simple technique, it will get you just, you'll be surprised. I was surprised, but I've learned this literally 50 years ago. Okay. Um, oh, Robert only gave you 2 minutes to get ready, David. Well, you did a great job, David. Ed, having a nap in the afternoon is great. Yeah, I'm subject to naps at any time. Yes, Dave, but I think you mentioned that in the show, for 5 seconds. Well, I can't breathe in for 5 seconds. My lungs are already full. So, but the count of four. But to your point, you also made, every person has their own way of seeing this. But as far as the breathing exercise, it doesn't matter how many seconds or minutes, because 5 seconds is a long time to breathe in. I'm full of air. I, I guess I breathe it in too quick. But to your point, though, of trying to get an ember to flame up, that's very interesting. But to the point, though, I don't know if some people would understand really what that means. You and I get it, and maybe a few other people, but I do believe it's a good point. But the in for four and out for six is like, for each person, size, build, and their lung capacity, that four count could be shorter than my four count. I mean, but anyway, but as a general rule of thumb, people who have practiced this form of breathing, and I wish I could tell you where, but I'm sure that part of it came through the Casey Foundation, because I was very much in Edgar Casey and many of the things that just still ring true to me. So, if for folks who have never listened or read or heard about anything about Edgar Casey, I would suggest that you do some research, because there are things that he explained and talked about past lives and our, kind of sort of soul contracts and things like that, that just made sense to me in 1968, you know, and has always made sense to me. There are a lot of other explanations of things, and they like, yeah, that's kind of close. But to me, Edgar had it going. Whatever he had, whatever his stuff was, he had it going on, let me tell you. So, but anyway, that's my own pertinent. And, for David, you know who I'm talking about. I can't think of his last name right now, but I've been listening to him for years, right? And yeah, he does look a little like the young Edgar, but and he could be a reincarnation of Edgar. But having read and studied Edgar myself, I just go, yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. And for those folks who have never had the experience of, some of Edgar's teachings and readings and stuff like that, and the extreme amount of success that he had with curing people with like peanut oil and different things and changing their diets and stuff. And I know people, they're passed away now. Um, oh, and anyway, that these Southern Baptists who, they're Southern Baptists, believed in Edgar Casey. They had tried his remedies. They had, some of their family members had written in way back in the day and were cured by his, simple concoctions. And, that we should have an Edgar today, but that information is still available. And Edgar got it from the cosmos. He got it from the quantum. He got it from the universe. So, but anyway, um, but one thing I just wanted to note, the actor, I can't think of his name now, that was in The Sound of Music, that passed away at 91. There were a couple of these newspaper articles and titles and so forth. Actor 91 dead. I was like, what? I was like, how rude. And these were like major publications. I mean, dead at 91. There are a lot of other ways to like pass on, died of old age, but dead, just, and I was like, oh, that's brutal. Have we come so far that major publications have, have just gotten so crass, rude, and no, the guy, um, the guy that was electrocuted on death row is dead. Okay, an actor at 91 has died. I'm just saying, just lack of respect, whether you liked him or not. But it's just the way people are anymore. Elder Barry, hey, how are you? Elder Barry, which David are you talking about? David Castle, it was good to see in the I guess in real life. And boy, you sure have got a southern drawl. And I mean that with respect. The utmost of respect, my friend. I consider myself being from the South, and I might have been born in Ohio, but you know, I was almost born in Kentucky, but hey, that would have been better. But all of my relatives were from Kentucky, and my kinfolk are. I'm trying to think of it's where the Dukes of Hazard County, Kentucky, is where my ancestors originated from before they moved up to Dayton. So there was a long family history of the Lee family in Kentucky that went back to Virginia, that supposedly went back down to Robert E. Lee. But anyway, but Hazard County, Kentucky, and I drove through there a few years back and just seeing what it was like. And I was like, God almighty, talk about rural, wow, and mountains to boot. But anyway, so in this realm of learning to get control of your thoughts ahead of time, and if you tell yourself every time, well, I'm going to meditate tonight for 10 minutes, don't set a time, like what time or whatever, because it might fluctuate. Just say, tonight before I go to bed or whatever, I'm going to meditate for 10 minutes. And you might, between supper ain't done yet, and and you don't really want to watch anything, so you take 10 minutes and you do it. So if you allow yourself ahead of time, especially if you're just learning this, you're going to create a better spot in your head within your body, because then you're going to anticipate 10 minutes later on in meditation. Now, I can't stress enough, all right, just expect to be quiet. I think Robert asked the question something like, well, what is it like? Or what do I get? Or, what am I going to learn? Something like that. Don't expect anything. Just, you just want to have your mind open. You just want to have it just calm. And here's the thing, though. This really wild, crazy ass idea might like come into your head and you're like, no, go away. Um, Now, if it's something that it's chaotic in your life, but it may come to you in your meditation in a different way, that maybe there's a side of something you hadn't seen. So you may be trying to drive a thought out of your head when actually there's one thought that your meditation wants to help you solve. Sometimes it's in there. So you say, well, I want everything out of my head, but there's one thing that just won't quite go away. But in that you say, okay, then rather than worry about what it is or try to focus on what could be the answer, whatever it is, you just simply just say, okay, here's the problem, here's the thought, here's whatever it is that's just hanging out right here. And I'm just going to allow the universe to talk about this, or to give me a thought, or to give me a hint or something. But as soon as you start expecting an answer out, that, I don't know, it sets like a reverberation in within. It's like, no, the whole point is to just allow it to come. Um, I am manifesting people to come in here. Okie dokie. But with that said, though, if you're meditating for an answer, like there's a specific topic or something. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's all fine and dandy and well and good and everything too. But for people who are just trying to learn how to just clear their head, and then the best thing to do is just remember, don't force it ever. I've needed answers like right away. And here's the thing: Creator and the Spirit already know what's in my tiny little brain. And so I don't have to ask the question, they already know it. And in doing the card readings and so forth, and in the cards and in the understanding through native traditions, the answers are in the great mystery, but we have to be silent enough to hear the answers. The questions are already there. So and so are the answers. So the creator, the spirit, the universe knows what my question is already. So, but I have to be quiet enough just to let the answer to come. So, and that's sort of my lead into dream walking. Now, dream walking, in my opinion, comes in a couple of flavors and sizes. Okay, in that dream walking, in that you're in between that wake and asleep, right? You're in that null zone. You're existing, but so you allow yourself to see whatever is sort of on your mind. If there's nothing on your mind, I mean, there's not anything that's really bothering you, or no questions to the universe or anything. As far as when you go into a meditation, there are times when I would like help with a problem. So in my meditation, I just simply, if there's an easy answer out there, let it flood over me and let me see it. But as far as forcing myself to see the answer, it never works. So, but anyway, but maybe you've got something. Well, where this is sort of an ongoing thing for most people, especially if they're spiritual at all. Where do I fit in all of this? I talked about this the other day, and I was having my own misgivings, and I was like, why am I doing this? Why do I have these things? But I understand, but I mean, I was like, and nobody's getting anything out of this. I'm just talking to myself, but yeah, yada, yada. But again, it has to be spoken. And I got my butt kicked for, not just kind of following the rules, followed what I was supposed to do. But I think there was a reality, though, that folks are having problems with simple, basic things. So understanding higher levels of thought, they're still having trouble like putting on their swim trunks. I'm always using the swimming in a pool, the diving board, the water, the deep, the shallow, So, but in this though, there are people that, they're having trouble, putting on a bathing suit. And so it's like, let alone get near the water, or, um, the using water is that, you know what I mean? Wash away, wash away. Oh, by the way, the video I did the other night, they shut it down because I played "Fool on the Hill." Now, how the hell did they know that I played that Beatles song? During that thing, but they didn't mark me down, but they blocked it because of I played "Fool on the Hill." So I'm just like, now that's some weird ass shit. Like they're listening to me with like, 15 people listening, on a good night, and I love you all, I do. But they nailed me for for playing Fool on the Hill. Just saying. So, but anyway, I'm glad to be more careful in trying to do this in the future. And that might have been why the sound and everything went messed up all of a sudden, too. Just saying. That was just weird. And after I got done doing the live stream, by the way, the computer shut down. It shut off. I said, see y'all, bye bye, hit end stream, and the computer locked down. Went off, turned itself on about 20 minutes later. So, but anyway, humans can easily be manipulated and deceived. Yes, absolutely. And so many, yep, I agree with you, David. There is so much going on. And like for me, I've always been a watchman and I've always kept an eye on the news and weird stuff. But then I went through my period where I was drooling, having seizures all the time. My good brother that sent me the crystal and sage and everything, um, I spoke to him on the phone yesterday, and he's doing as well as possible. He sends me his love, and we did cosmic hugs, and it's just wonderful that there are still folks out there because I taught him some of these simple techniques many years ago. But anyway, and I'm proud, that he has his issues with divorces and family and things and just stuff, and having to deal with sick people all the time and died and wrecks, and he's an EMT. So God bless them all that work and do that. I mean, God bless them. But in the universe of things, I'm lighting some sage in honor of him and for all those who do that wonderful work that's difficult. So with breathing, relaxing, allowing the mind to race and find its own spot. If you can learn to do those three simple those three and get it in your head that remember, I will learn how to do it. I will get better at it, you know. Um, and if you've only got 5 minutes, then you tell yourself, I'm going to spend 5 minutes to just be calm. I'm going to take 5 minutes and just allow the blood flow and just think of it in your head, because if you want to clear your head, if you focus on allowing the blood to come back to the heart and pick up you want the oxygen to fill your brain and this blood cells. If you start picturing that, then you will have achieved a certain amount of meditation simply by doing that. And remember, don't over expect what your meditation is going to be or how it's going to feel to you, because it's going to change. And can I get an amen on that? I mean, it will still feel spiritual. It'll still be that quiet, but for every time there's a meditation, there's something else in the universe that wants to be discussed, or they want to lay me out with some kind of, we're going to have a topic of discussion or something. So I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to do this. And for gosh sakes, if any of you need any help with this, throw your hand up in the chat room, get in touch with me, or do something, okay? Because a lot of the times when we seem we can't do a certain thing, there's something blocking us. And I hung out with folks that did the lotus position and sitting with their hands in their laps, and I could never do that, never, because my legs wouldn't bend. I could never do that, so I learned to do it in the way that was most comfortable to me. Now, do I feel like I've achieved nirvana in my own way? I do. Do I have it the way these other guys and monks do it? I don't know. I don't consider it a I would consider it um, it's not a race. It's not a comparison. Well, did you meditate higher than I did today? Or, oh crap, what is this? Hang on. This mouse is going crazy on its own. Hello, Michelle. I see you. I see you. So, but anyway, and David has agreed to help out. And so there are folks out here that we may be able to help you recognize a spot. A lot of times there are some folks who will literally convince themselves that they can't do it ahead of time. I mean, literally, well, I tried. It's a continuing process. That's why I don't believe I'll ever get my shaman's degree, because there will always be something more to learn. I'm a shaman in training always, and I consider that to be a badge of honor, because if I feel like I've reached a certain spot, just weird goings on in here tonight, let me say, spiritually and otherwise. But well, I've reached the highest plateau. There is no more. Oh crap! No, mm-mm. I don't ever want to get to that point, because I feel like there's always something else to learn in the universe. And if I say, well, I've achieved is all that I can do, I will never believe that. Jody, you sent me to stop, breathe, and think, feeling better now. Good, Jody. And information you sent me about the snow thing. Have you seen the plastic snow? I think I talked about this the other day, but I don't know if you saw the video. But there's a lady, I think, over in Spain or Portugal or somewhere over there. She's a Spanish lady. I think that's where it was. And there's snow all on her little balcony patio thingy there. And she scoops up this. And now this is just recently. This has just been in the last couple of weeks or so. Packs up this snow, right? And it looks like a snowball. And then she brings it over to the camera and she goes, see, mira, look, and it's like, and then she takes out a lighter and holds it underneath the snowball, and it's plastic. The whole yard and everything is plastic. So to your thing about the snow, Lord knows what be coming out of that when people can, turn it into a ball and set it on fire. You got to wonder. You got to wonder. You can't tell the difference. Yeah, thank you very much. It's scary. And I was mentioning earlier that maybe it was in a previous show earlier today, um, that gee, that sage smells good. I'm letting this sage and the prayer go to everybody. I wanted to honestly do an outside thing with the fire and the drum and the flute, and honestly, but it's been raining and everything's wet outside. I had to go split wet firewood tonight that's in the heater trying to thaw out. Well, it's not that cold, but dry out enough to burn. The wind blew my tarp off the wait, Mossy man, I missed something. Hey, Mossy man, have you sent me something before? I can't remember. Because mine is really easy. It's DW null lowercase DW null 52 at gmail.com. Mine's real easy. Mossy Man, you're Mossy Man 507. If I don't do this, I get confused easy, Mossy Man. Send me an email. Okay. If I DW null NULL 52, that's it. Just drop me a line and say hi. And if you want to chat or something, we can arrange that too. I have chatted with quite a few folks that we've connected through here. So this computer's trying to take over. Yeah, DWNL52 at Gmail. Yep, that's it, Mossy Man. But L for Self, how y'all doing from Southerners down here? But so to kind of sort of continue on with what I put in the title. So you learn how to breathe all the way down to your diaphragm. Sit as up straight as much as you can. Now, like I said, I don't mean through the whole meditation, but if you can get in a position to where your spine is aligned. Now, I know that David and a lot of other people talk about chakras and this and that. Look, all of this is connected. That, to me, that was information that was good after I learned how to calm down. How do I learn how to calm myself? Trying to go into the chakra thing too soon. If you're just learning how to do this, don't worry about it. You'll get it. You might even have information that will send you to a chakra or send you information. But sometimes people well, I'm trying to open this chakra when they really don't know how to get calm and breathe first. They have passed the basics and are trying to skip a couple of grades. Well, I'm trying this out, but you still haven't learned how to calm down yet. You still haven't learned how to get what I would consider your chi centered. You get everything. Oh, okay, deep breath, and you got it. Probably the wrong use of that term, but that's how I feel. I get my spirit centered. So, and how you do that and what kind of chair and whatever position you're in. Now, if you're bored and on a bus or you got to wait in the waiting room or you got something, just sit quietly, close your eyes and just, I've been to enough places in the woods that I can think of a mountain stream or think of a place on the river or think of some place that's quiet. And now I'm really good at visualizing things in that respect. That's what made me a good director and an actor a lot of times because I could envision this other character and become it anyway. So, but with that said, though, so use your imagination and don't go for pixies and unicorns and just find a memory that just the picture of it is pleasing to you and it brings you joy, you know. And it doesn't have to be the same picture every time. That's another thing. People are like, well, I got to think about it. No, you don't. Well, today I'm thinking about a mountain place that I was at and how this beautiful, and I can see it in my mind right now, in my mind's eye, this beautiful mountain stream and this, the stream wasn't, like 2 foot wide maybe, but there's water cascading down and there's a spray in the air and there's extra oxygen there's nobody for miles where I'm at, right? And the peacefulness of it all, the connection with spirit and the mountain and the water and the stream and the waterfall and the whole thing, puts you there. So if I haven't been to the mountains in quite a while, but I can go there every time I think it. I can even smell the water sometimes and how it come off of because the memory of all of these things are still within me, right? Hi, Robert. It was a great show tonight. So when you can learn to put your imagination to work, and I mean imagination, but in remembering what a good memory is, right? And you should practice it. You say, well, I can't picture anything in my head. Well, then before you try to meditate during your day, if you're bored or something and you're doing some mundane job with your hands that doesn't require a lot of thought, you can sit up and go, now, what if I was going to meditate later on tonight? What picture would I use? So, see, you pre program yourself. So, the meditation should become a part of your life, right? I mean, it should, in a way, become your religion. I hate I even said that. But in that, you will do it religiously. You will do it every time you can. When you treat it, when you, how you treat the meditation, you're going to treat the meditation as spiritual. You're going to treat it as it's simple. Anybody and everybody can do it. You know, young children do it all the time when you see them laying in the crib going, yay, yay, yay. They're having a ball, you know. They're seeing the other realms and things. They're still talking to God, especially if you understand what Casey has said about that. But anyway, so this idea, though, number one, it is attainable. It does require practice, and you should understand that it is just like breathing. Meditation is simply like breathing, because when you can control your breathing, and if I've been in tense situations before, I mean, you know, when you're being handcuffed and hauled off to jail for 20 years, you know, your heart will race, okay, unless you're just a cold-hearted bastard. Um, but in that, you have to go, no, I gotta calm this mess down. I gotta, you know, I gotta stay cool. I gotta, and yeah, that's it. You know, that's happened to me a couple of times. In that, though, that to call upon the meditation of calm during a really nasty situation, and you know that, you know, you're not going to win, you know, so you want as little flack as possible. So when the GBI were going, Georgia Bureau of Investigation was going through my house, there were some things that had never had marijuana in them, near them, or around them, and they wanted to confiscate it. And I told this one guy, I said, you put that down. I mean, I'm handcuffed. There's all these cops in my house. And I told him to put it down. And he was like, what? And one of the other guys was like, listen, can't you look at his house? He's got Native American books all around. He's got all these feathers. He's got all these things. And I said, that is a sacred bowl. It is a, you know, it is a pipe clay, and it has never had, nor will it ever have marijuana in it. It is my ceremonial pipe. And I said, you put that down. And I mean, just like that. And the guy was like, you heard the man, put it down. So even when I was arrested and handcuffed in my own house, I still had the courage to go, wait a minute, dude, nuh-uh. Oh, no, you don't. And they allowed it. They heard me, you know. So, but at the same time, I had to be cool about the other stuff. And, you know, you have to be breathe and, you know, oh boy, talk about control. So, and hopefully none of y'all will ever have to go through that kind of, but when you have a situation to where that may come up in your life, to that you can take command of your emotions and take command of your breathing and take command, and you know you got it, even though the situation sucks, you know that you've got it. I'm breathing, I'm, as you know, as calm as I can be, don't have a clue what's going to happen, but I got me, I got this. And when you start gaining confidence in that, it's all a building process. Everything is, you know, everything is beautiful in its own way. Wasn't that a Ray Stevens song? Everything is beautiful in its own way. I'll probably get, you know, kick me off for singing a song. You know, is that the copyright violation right there? No. You can sing stuff and get away with it a whole lot easier than you can play somebody's. I want to know how they knew I was playing Fool on the Hill. how'd they know I was playing that song? Just saying. So, in the realm of meditation and what, you know, Native Americans, well, Native folks will discuss about the great mystery, the, what's being talked about more and more about, the null zone. It's not this and it ain't a one, it's not a negative one. It's not really zero, but it is, but zero is nothing, right? But it still has a value. So in the nothingness, in the great mystery, which, through the bear card and several of these other cards, they discuss how, to allow yourself in the silence to hear the answers to the questions. So, like I say, in your mind, you've already got all the you got your conscious and subconscious working, right? So when you go to meditate, unless you need an answer and you want to meditate on that thing, allowing yourself, because your brain already knows, that the universe already knows what your question is. And so you have to just be quiet and listen. Now, to some folks, they say, well, that's easier said than done. Maybe. It depends on how much you're willing to learn. Every day is another learning process. I mean, at my age, I hope I keep learning stuff. I don't want to, just this is it. And, I'm going to live the rest of my life and this is all I'm going to learn. Oh, crap. No, nuh-uh, no, 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 no. So, but here's the thing. As a younger man, I was seeking the knowledge. I was chasing it down. I was looking, looking, looking. And by looking so hard, I missed it. And that's what a lot of people are doing, in my humble opinion. Now, they're searching so hard for an answer when they haven't learned to basically just calm down. And you got a question? I always say, just pick one. You don't pick a topic. Well, what about the stars in the universe? Oh, screw that. No. You say, well, what about the dog star, Sirius? And get that's all. You don't think of nothing else. You don't think about people from there. But there's a lot of religions, native religions, that refer to the dog star. So for me as a Native American, so what is it about the dog star? So that's my question. They already know it, okay? But for my own self, that's the only thing I'm going to consciously think about. There are a lot of other questions they know I got, but going into my meditation or whatever, I'm just going to say, so tell me about the dog star, and just leave it at that. They might tell me to turn on the computer and to go somewhere, to read something, hear something, but to the point though. So many people are listening, but a lot of folks don't act or react to what they're getting from the universe. So I'll get this really strange notion to go like, look up this word on duck duck go. Okay. And you go, whoa, that's interesting. And they go, I don't see nothing. And they say scroll, in my brain, they go scroll down a ways. Whoops. All of a sudden there's a word or a phrase or something. That's what they want me to know. There's whatever information is in that little phrase or paragraph or whatever. That's it. But if I just sit and I think, oh, I should look this up on the internet or whatever, sometimes you have to stay in the moment and do and check it out. Sometimes there's automatic writing. Pad of paper and a pencil, not an ink pen. Get a pencil, that one that won't break, and be able to learn automatic writing. And automatic writing is nothing more than writing down what's in your thought at the moment. So you don't have to try to remember it. You write it down. Tesla did this. He'd wake up in the middle of the night and write all kinds of stuff down on his pad. We should all do it, right? And I've got so many books with words and writings and stuff that I wrote down at those opportune times if you want. And some of them I went back through at 3 or 4 years old. I mean, I wrote this down in the middle of a dream kind of thing. Holy crap. There's a lot of wisdom in this. I wrote this, but it came from the universe, So one of these days, I'm just going to collect some of my words of wisdom that I've written down. Some of it I talked about on Brian's shows back 2 or 3 years ago, topics of discussion, and but just little blurbs of things that were important at the time. And I went back through and went, crap, this is still important. I should read some of these things sometime. But anyway, as the universe changes and the necessity that we may require spiritually may not be what we expect or what we think we need. In other words, well, God's going to come down and he's going to manifest right here in the yard, and me and him going to have a chat. That just might not happen, but it could. But so if we over expect something, so what you expect is to be calm, to be peaceable, and to just attain that, and the rest will start coming in. And then, so not to get into any types of much higher stuff, dream walking is finding that place that you're breathing, you're calm, and you might have that that WTF moment. Now what the hell, right? So that's when dream walking comes in. So you find yourself in a nice calm spot, but not necessarily any information come in. You're aware that you're not sleeping, but you're not really awake. So you say, take me on a dream walk. Or I'd like to go, whatever might be on your mind at the time. But also you might end up somewhere that you go, what, how in the hell did I get here? What am I doing here? Why are you showing me this? That's too many questions. So first they show it to you. And if you wake up and you go, well, that's some shit, then you should take some time and allow it to process. Because what you may see in 2 or 3 milliseconds of that will seem like a 2-hour dream, but as you come out of your meditation and you go about your daily activities, things from that meditation will pop up. And as you hear me say, I have to chew my cud on this for a couple of days. They want me to talk about this. Yeah, but all right. But they know I'm going to take a couple of days to think about this. I'm going to see if any other information comes in. Okay. So for yourself, take that same type of advice. You're getting information in, you're seeing pictures, dreams, whatever. That's cool. But before you overreact or try to understand, what does this mean? What does this mean? Shut up, be quiet, because the answer's in the quiet. The answer is in the mystery. The answers are in, So that's basically it after an hour and 13 minutes of talking about this. I don't think that discussing much more than people will lose what I've talked about up to this point. And so, but breathing, yes, it's simple exercises to do. Be comfortable, do this, okay. But like I said at the beginning of this program, you must get it in your mind first. Establish in your head, I will learn how to do this. And every time I do this, it will get easier. Make sure you have that in your brain. Stop using the words, well, I try to meditate. Stop using those words because you're blocked. That's a block. You're blocking yourself. So you want every opportunity, you want every light on the street to turn green so you can go. So if you're going to, be stopped at a dead end street, which is, well, I tried, that's a dead end. I tried, dead end. Well, I'm going to learn. So learning says there's a detour and you're going to hang a right or a left. that means you're still going to get there. Okay. You're going to learn another way. You're going to learn as you go. You're going to understand this as you. So, but to use them words, well, I tried. Well, I'm going to try. Mm-mm. I think I can. I think I can. I know I can. I know I can. The little train that could, right? I think I can. That's not a negative. I think I can. I know I can. I know I will. So we got to, that's a children's book that's older than me, right? But the idea, though, that simple little illustration as far as how we are in this universe, when we establish, I might be a little choo-choo train, but I think I can. I'm going to learn. I know I can. I think I can. That's a positive. I think so. But I'm going to have to that means you have to gain more information, maybe more knowledge. Maybe the little train needs to get some more coal. Or maybe he's running a little low on water for the steam in his engine, right? So, but the idea that I think I can is a positive because you really honestly think you can. You haven't worked out all the details yet. So if you think you can learn to meditate, then you know you can. It's just a matter of working out the formalities. But if you calm yourself right away and say, okay, I've had trouble up to this point, that's over with. I'm just going to approach this thing with a whole new thought pattern. I know how to do this. I just can't remember. That's all. I already know how to do this, and I want to learn to remember. That's going to make a big difference. Now, I know there are people out there who would poo-poo me on this, but if you don't have the right mental attitude going into some of this stuff, then the rest of it's just going to be confusing, and you'll never know if you've reached any kind of calm within you because nobody's ever taught you to just look at these little basic tiny things first. You could, if you're driving home, and you're on the road, you can start meditating then. You can be calm in your mind. You can make sure that everything's out of your head. So when you take that 10 or 15 minutes later on in your day that you promised yourself before, you're going to be pre-ready. You're going to be preordained to have a good meditation. So, but if our thought pattern is, I don't know if I can do this, but boy, this is really hard. Man, every time I try, I have problems. You see what I mean? You have to wipe that stuff out of your vocabulary. You got to wipe it out of your stream of consciousness. You can do it. You will do it. It's just a matter of learning. Now, I was thinking about this in like other terms. I watch a lot of animation of all different kinds, right? I'm not too hip on the anime stuff. But some of this stuff is like done in Chinese or Japanese or it's some kind of ease that I don't know. And I look at those characters and how quick they flash up on the screen and go, I'm American. I speak English. I've learned English. I'm continuing to learn English and its nuances. But when I read stuff in the caption, it's an American, and the Lord knows that you flash this group of characters on the screen, and it's a sentence. I get it, but I honestly don't know if I could ever learn that. Now that's just being honest. Now I have similarities with Spanish and with that kind of. I would like to try to learn how to speak Russian, but Japanese or Chinese or one of those. Oh, I honestly, I've known people who were in Vietnam during the war. They came home and could speak a certain amount of Vietnamese and the nuances of certain words and things. And you might be saying, what a beautiful wife you have, and you end up saying something like, I want to take her out back and rape her. I mean, that's an extreme, but to the point though, it was like you have to be careful about what you say. Not you may think you're saying it right, but it ain't. The inflections aren't there. So I've listened and I've opened myself up, and it's one of those things I think that I'm just, I'm gonna still kind of like try to understand, but I don't know if my brain would ever, because of all the bangs and stuff, if I'd ever be able to get that. But to be able to watch some Spanish things. Now I took Spanish, if you want to call it that. A lot of Spanish Cubans in Tampa, so they have their own dialect. It's not really Spanish, truly. But, and being around the Mexicans here in South Georgia, so there are words and phrases and things that I understand, and I can read it and I can interpret it enough to where I get it. If it was the only channel on and there were, um, captions, I could keep up with the story enough to where it wouldn't bore me by watching the action. And, do I know Spanish? Could I speak it? No. But Chinese, Japanese, I just don't think I'd get there. As much as I would like to, I just look at it and go, nope, I don't think so. You know, so now there are certain things that we as human beings we can accept and go, sorry, that's just out of my league. I'll never be a major league baseball player. That doesn't mean I can't go outside and play catch. You know what I mean? So simply because I can't read Japanese doesn't mean I can't watch, try to understand what's going on in a movie or something. Uh, you know, so we can learn things, but there are some things like for me and learning that language, I just don't think so. But other languages and things and stuff, okay, I'm going to keep myself open to them. But now learning how to meditate is not a language. It's not learning something that we don't know. It's remembering what we already know. There's a difference. So I don't think I was ever Chinese or Japanese in a previous life, although I may have been Mexican or, had a Spanish, and I've, as a, an altar boy at the Catholic Church, we had to learn, Latin. Now, there are certain phrases in Latin and things that I can interpret and I would understand, but could I speak it? No. So, but in this realm of understanding about shamanism and spiritualism, am I the greatest spiritualist ever? The answer is no. For me, I say no, I'm not the greatest spiritualist, but I'm still learning. And I'm going to keep my heart and my spirit open to anything else I may learn about spiritualism. And the more that I learn, the more I understand how other people, it's important that I try to do my best to explain how they can reach this without any kind of special techniques or candles or anything. Now, I want to say this: candle meditation is very good. Campfire, the having, you know, you could meditate if you really, if it was really necessary. And I've done this, okay? Being in prison, there were, it was never really dark, but there was never this. So out of my top bunk through the bars I was on about the same level as Interstate 75 that goes through town. And there was a light, a street light that came through the window, through the bars just right. And I would focus on that street light just as a focal point. So, you can use a dot on a wall as a focus point. So the idea that it must be a certain kind of candle, it must be a certain kind of this, it must be, the answer is no, because I couldn't have candles in prison. But there was a street lamp outside that I could focus on. There was a way to focus on a light and to use a light, regardless of where it come from, as a focal point. So, this it is nothing against people who use white candles or this thing. Not my point. Those are all good ways. But what if you don't have them? What if, and in so many ways, like I said in the video earlier today, we're all are on a reservation. We have been put on notice that we are all Native Americans and we do not belong in their group. And we're all on a reservation. We're being placed on it, have been on it for the last year. So, with restrictions, what do you think of, what do you think a reservation does? Everything is restricted, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so when we understand just certain things, like, well, I'm in prison, I can do certain things without getting in trouble. Um, and it's up to me to, like, I can break the rules if I want to, but they're going to put me in solitaire or population, or I'd rather go to solitaire. But the idea, though, that it's up to me to go by the rules. So, with this idea of meditation, to be calm, to be able to breathe, to be able to, focus on that and see where that gets you. And the rest will come a lot more easier and more natural. So, enough about the breathing and the meditation and that sort of thing. An hour and a half is more than enough. Elper Self, Grazing, Project Skyfalls, how you doing? A lot of comments are not showing up. Maybe it's because nobody's typing. I'm being a horse's patootie. Welcome back. Yeah, you're back. There's some strange things going on with the internet and computers. I mean, like I said, they caught me for playing, the Beatles, Fool on the Hill in that video the other night, which is now private and you can't watch it. And I'm like, how in the hell did they know I was playing that song? I mean, just how did they know? Of all these years, and I've never done anything like that, but how did they know I was playing the Beatles' Fool on the Hill? How did they know? Just saying. So, whatever they got in their little computer thing, if you don't think they ain't watching us and go, I mean, I'm little old me down here in the swamp. They caught me. Just saying. So if you don't think we ain't being listened to and being caught at, be a Skynet, absolutely, Jody. So, but anyway, I was prompted as I was earlier, but when I was in the chat tonight, listening to Robert V and to thank you, David Castle, and to Sarah Horton and so forth, I respect y'all so highly. I do. But in my own understanding of things, it's like everything you all talked about was good. I really mean it. But I realized too that some folks just may be missing some of the basics to be able to even use a candle. I mean, just so that's why I was prompted to do this little discussion tonight. So, but anyway, I thank everybody, and everybody will learn how to meditate on their own. A lot of different ways. But if you can't calm yourself and learn how to breathe, then it will be harder. It'll be more difficult. So make it easier on yourself and follow just certain really basic things. So I'm shuffling cards. Now, my intent tonight was just to pick a card or two. What do we need, to know here in the near future? What's up? What should, is Al going to tell us something? Is Hawk going to tell us something? Does Dolphin need to talk to us? Does Whale need to impart medicine? You know, we can always expect Coyote to be the trickster. And I was telling the story over again, the one that I read with Robert V about the when Maker was making man and Coyote tricked him. And so the first one out of the oven was White Man. If you can hear me, they stole my computer. Wow. I mean, the mouse is going around had just opened a program without my permission. I meditate while taking care of the garden. Yes, very much. And they're like I say, but to sit down with a candle and do a meditation, but I'm outside all the time, as much as I can, and walking in the woods, and standing in ankle deep water in my backyard, which right now is a pleasure, even though it's cold. To have water in my backyard again is a blessing, because it's been so dry around here for so long, and the rivers are running, the streams are running, the backyard is full, which means the ground is full. There's water in the well, so all of these are good things. I must be touching something I ain't supposed to while I'm shuffling. But anyway, so one or two cards, maybe three. Now, if you want a card drawn, I'll do it, but I'm going to first draw for all of us. What in the universe, do the spirits, does Creator want us to watch out for? Or that's my prayer for the moment. Okay, that's what's coming up. So it threw three cards at me. They want all three. Okay. So I got three cards that literally got thrown out at me. And I kind of sort of cheated. I think they're supposed to be this way. So I'm going to flip them up this way. Spider. Ooh, that's interesting. Mouse and possum. Now, I think I've read mouse before. I think I've read possum before, but I don't know if I've ever read spider. So these messages for everyone. All right. So I want to take a brief coffee break. If I have to excuse myself, I might have to pee. So I got another pair of glasses that I found today that were stronger than the other ones I've been using. So the first one up was number 43, Spider. And it seemed to be upside down, anyway. Spider, weaving webs of delight, weave me a peaceful world, carrying creation in your web, waiting to be unfurled. Spider is weaving. And is the next to last in the book, by the way. Smoke if you got them. I agree with that. I got to get another lighter, though. I would like to, it's been an hour and a half, so I'm going to read Spider in a minute. Y'all hold that thought. I got to get a lighter. Yeah, I'm still here hanging out. The fire's still going. Thank you, Jesus. I was having trouble getting the fire started tonight. The wood's wet. I got a tarp over the wood, and the wind blew it off. So, what was sort of green wood to begin with was wet green wood. But by splitting the wood, the inside of the wood was drier, and it is burning really slow. But thank goodness I don't have to turn the heater on. But anyway, it's only going to be in low 40s tonight. But the high for today was like 50, and the low is like 40. So it's been, just and wet. It's raining. We've had thunderstorms tonight in the area, and a little a little weird for thunder and lightning this time of year. But anyway. Now, something interesting between me and you and the fence post, and I've mentioned this in passing in a couple of videos, that I got a book about Spider Woman Visions Chronicles. And so the fact that the first card up tonight is Spider. And earlier tonight, I was like, well, before I was in with Soul Tribe tonight, and it's great that Miss Brenda shows up, ain't it? I mean, it warms my heart that we can, send prayers directly to her in the chat room. So, but anyway, I was going to go upstairs and look for the book and, and read some of the Spider Woman things, and I was like, no, I got this other thing and they want me to talk about it. Okay, right. So for me, which has been Spider Woman on my brain for the last couple days, the first card out is Spider. Just saying. And it's weaving. So in thinking about just stuff that I was talking about earlier and just what's going on. So what do we want to do with tomorrow? And what I mean by that is that what kind of web do we wish to weave? Our own spider webs, our own creator. Miss Muffet overreacted. Spiders are fine. I've told my stories about spiders, so won't get into that. But in the weaving of things, now I will mention this again, and just because it was funny, and to me, but my shaman friend who was teaching me, he was here one year about this time of year, and it was a lot drier. And anyway, it was time to burn off the property, and so we did. So, but we were going back and forth to the river at all times of the day and night. I mean, at 3 a.m, if we woke up and were prompted, we'd walk down to the river. You can't get it, the trails are all covered and everything now, but back then it was easy to get to. And we had bridges up over the water and everything, so it was great. Now it needs help. But anyway, so with our little headlamps and flashlights and stuff, there was all these tiny little things glowing in the dark, right? And you could see on the ground. And Gray Wolf said to me, he goes, "What's that?" And I said, "Well, let's go look." So took my headlamp down to the ground and showed him. And there were these tiny little spiders. And what we were seeing was the light reflecting off these tiny little spiders. And as he looked across the ground, they were all over the place. And he was like, "Ooh, this is creepy." So we went down to the river, and I've always set small fires in several places so they'll burn into each other and it's just not one big wall of flame. So we're setting little fires and checking back on them, making sure everything is good. And so the place that we had checked for the spider eyes had burned. So we're on our way back home. All the fires are out. It's like 2 or 3 a.m, right? We've been doing this all evening and wanted to make sure all the fires were out. So we're walking back, and Gray Wolf turns, and there's all these tiny little eyes. Everything is black. Everything that where we were had burned. But underneath it all the spiders, despite the fire, had went deeper. And so now that everything was black and and charred, these little tiny eyeballs, it looked like there were 10 times more than there were. It freaked him out. He was like going to run to the house. And I go, "They're tiny little spiders." And I said, "You're a shaman, for God's sakes." And he goes, "But I never thought about Spider Woman and her web and all of these spiders that are out here." And he's like, I lay on the ground." And I go, "Well, you've been laying with spiders, What? Yeah, well, if you just been out there laying on the ground, they're probably, 5 or 10 or 15. If you were to stop and look down in the little places on the ground, you would find that there are what? So then all of a sudden he's like, I don't want to sleep on the ground. I was like, come on now. Nothing bothered you up to this point until you realized it. But anyway, so with the idea of spider, though, the Spider Woman in the universe, that all the planets are tied together by this great spider creature that's not malevolent in any way, but she keeps all of these things connected in the universe, and she is the keeper of these things. Not the spinning, the weaving, yes, but it's like a dream catcher. What does it look like? It looks like a spider web, and it's woven in a particular way. Supposedly, if you get a dream catcher, someone weaves it for you. You do not weave your own. Someone weaves the dream catcher for you to catch those bad dreams. Uh, Technically, you shouldn't do your own, but as uh, let's see. So there's the picture of the spider on the dream catcher. Now I've got dream catchers around here, but anyway, so let me quit yapping, take another hit and a sip of coffee. But this little information about spiders. So the idea that the entire world in so many ways are covered with spider webs. I can confirm that by all the spiders that are in the woods that you may think get drowned or whatever. They move, they make it. Somehow they survive, which is amazing in and of itself. They survive fires and floods and hot, cold. It's amazing. So thank you, my dear friends, for hanging out. Elder Barry, Michelle, David. I know there's other folks in there. I'm just seeing there. That's all I can see at the moment. Blessings to every one of you. So Spider wove the web that brought humans the first picture of the alphabet. The letters were part of the angles of her web. Deer asked Spider what she was weaving and why all the lines looked like symbols. Spider replied, Why, dear, it is time for Earth's children to learn to make records of their progress in their Earth walk. Progress in their Earth walk. Deer answered Spider, but they already have pictures that show through symbols the stories of their experiences. Yes, said Spider, but Earth's children are growing more complex, and their future generations will need to know more. The ones to come won't remember how to read the petroglyphs. So it was that Spider wove the first primordial alphabet, as she had woven the dream of the world that had become manifest. Spider's dream of the physical world had come to fruition millions and millions of years before. Spider's body is made like the number 8, consisting of 2 lobe-like parts connected at the waist and 8 legs. Spider is the symbol for the infinite possibilities of creation. Now, I asked, that's thunder outside, Duggar. It's thunder. It's thunder. It's okay. Now, I asked this for these cards for all of us for the future. So her 8 legs represent Spider is a symbol for the infinite possibilities of creation. Her 8 legs represent the 4 winds of change and the 4 directions on the medicine wheel. Spider weaves the webs of fate for those who get caught in her web and become her dinner. This is similar to humans who get caught in the web of illusion in the physical world. I got to read that sentence again. This is similar to humans who get caught in the web of illusion in the physical world and never see beyond the horizon into the other dimensions. Now, this card was for all of us, for what's next coming up, right? The web of fate also represents a wheel of life, which does not include any alternatives or solutions. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. If we are not decisive enough about changing our lots in life, we may end up being consumed by our own fears and limitations. Now, these cards are for all of us, and it's smacking me in the nose. It is, I got to read this part over, they want me to. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good and evil. Well, actually, it says good or bad fortune, without realizing that we can change it at any time. If we are not decisive enough about changing our lots in life, we may end up being consumed by our fears and limitations. So, in my discussion tonight about meditation, the limitation is, well, I'm trying, it doesn't seem to be working. You set a limitation right there. So, interesting, the cards are, helping to back me up a little bit this morning. Spider is the female energy of the creative force. Now, they always talk about Spider Woman. They never talk about, except in comics, Spider Man. But it's always, Spider Woman stories, not Spider Man. Spider is the female energy of the creative force that weaves the beautiful designs of life. Her web has hundreds of intricate patterns which catch the morning dew. If Spider is dropped from her web into your cards today, she may be telling you to create, create, create. Look for new alternatives to your present impasse. Now, we all have present impasses one way or the other. She can also be warning you that you are coming too close to an entangled situation. There's entanglement out there, buddy. Spider could be asking you to use a journal to write out and review your progress. If you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. Now, I was just talking about that about an hour ago, in that, sometimes we need to learn how to, auto write, during your meditations or whatever. You start writing stuff that you just, you can hear it in your head, so you write it down, but you may not have a clue what it means or where it's going. Just write it down and you'd be surprised. Like I said, Tesla used to do it. Okay. Spider brings a message of a different kind when she sees you becoming a bit too involved in the weaving of your life plans to notice opportunity at the outskirts of your web. If this is the case, Spider gets your attention so that you notice that something you have woven has actually borne fruit. Congratulations. Spider caught you just in time before you missed the opportunity on the edge of your web or your reality. So we may be, with meditation, you may be looking in this area and here for like the answer, when, as Spider says, the answer might actually be out here on the peripheral. The most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being who will continue to weave the patterns of life and living throughout time. Do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. The most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being. who will continue to weave the patterns of life and living throughout time. Do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. Trust the plan. There is an eternal plan. Now, she was upside down, but I'm kind of questioning whether or not, but I always read the contrary because sometimes there's a message in that. The contrary aspect of Spider is akin to the negative side of woman. Spider will eat her mate if she gets too caught up in herself to see the validity of honoring male energy. The warrior at her side is a strong balancing force. If you have become disdainful of your mate, male or female, and have felt very superior recently, you are not honoring either your male or female side, depending. If you are not presently in a relationship, you may have chosen a member of your family or a workmate to harass. This type of negative criticism only breaks down relations and is a reflection of something you hate about yourself. If you are trying to feed your ego in this manner, you have lost the game. You are entangled in the web of your own illusion about who you really are. It may be time to look at why you are being critical and why you are feeling so weak that you must attack others. If this does not apply to your situation, take a look at another message that contrary spider medicine brings: lack of creativity. Now, I know this part of the answer is real for me. If you fail to use your talents to get the web spinning, your lack of creativity can change into destructiveness. If you are feeling stagnant and unable to move in a positive direction, you may come to resent others who are doing well. Now, I don't resent other people. I resent that I'm not doing it, but not other people. This resentment will become a black widow spider and eat you up. And the only one to mourn your demise will be you. Get moving, find joy and new ideas in the accomplishments of others, and use them to propel you into a new phase of creative spinning on your own web of delight. Observe Spider's web and find pleasure in the ideas that you receive from her universal language. Yeah, we can recall most of what has dreamed. Now I can set intentions and have the dream experiences that I set. Right. So now that's Spider. Now for me, that's a good message, a good positive message too, in a lot of ways. So, but these cards are for us. But I'm in the us part. Mouse is next, number 20 on as far as its number. And I've had Buffalo come across my mind quite a bit. Michelle would like a reading. Okay, I got two other cards to go. Michelle, you're next. Okay. Mouse, scrutiny. Boy, now talk about having a load of cards tonight. Mouse, if I could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. Every detail carries weight and true to its purpose, has its perfect puzzle place to stop the three-ring circus. Scrutiny, number 20. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order to know it. Paradoxically, This is both a great power and a great weakness. It is good medicine to see up close. It is good medicine to pay attention to detail, but it is bad medicine to chew every little thing to pieces. And this, they're giving me this message that this also ties into what I was speaking about earlier about meditation. If you try to work out all the tiny little details to where you're, expecting this meditation, this thingy, then you can chew it up into too many pieces. You sometimes you just have to, just allow it. But anyway, so I see where Mouse has a message along with the idea of meditation and so forth, the general earlier discussion. Mouse has many predatory enemies, including birds, snakes, and cats, of course. Since mouse is food for many, it has a highly developed sense of danger at every turn. So called civilization is a highly complex set of components which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny to detail every year. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that might appear insignificant to others take on an enormous importance to mouse. Now, there's a lot of information in the minor details, okay? There's stuff out there going on that if people aren't looking at some of these little mousy details, they might not see a bigger picture going on. Mouse people anger many other medicine types because they appear to be nitpickers. Mouse people will spot the lint on your coat, even if it matches in colors. They will try to convince you that the simplest task is fraught with difficulty. Now, I've been experiencing a little bit of that myself. They are fixed on the methodology. They sort and categorize and file away for later use. I'm filing things away in my personal life that actually should be thrown away. So, they may seem like they are hoarding, but this is the furthest thing from Mouse's mind. But I got to get rid of some of this stuff. They are merely putting everything in order so that they will be able to explore it more carefully at a later date. The chiefs tell us that without Mouse, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there was always more to learn. Now, I've said that earlier about myself, shaman in training. There will always should be always something to learn. Hopefully, one can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper. If your personal medicine is mouse, you may be fearful of life, but very well organized with a compartment for everything. You should try to see a larger picture than the one staring you in the face. Develop largeness of spirit. Try to become aware of the great dance of life. Interesting, the great dance of life. Realize that even though you may be sitting in Los Angeles, there is also a New York, a moon, a solar system, a galaxy, and an infinite universe. Jump high, little mouse friend. You will glimpse the sacred mountain. If mouse is in your card spread, its medicine is telling you to scrutinize, to look at yourself and others carefully. Maybe that big hunk of cheese is sitting on a trigger that will spring a deadly trap. Maybe the cat is in the pantry waiting for you. As a doctor, a lawyer, or even, wait a minute, uh, maybe someone to whom you have delegated authority, such as a doctor, lawyer, or even a plumber, is not doing the job faithfully. The message is to see what is right before your eyes and to take action accordingly. Now, I will read the contrary, but it was absolutely right side up. Mouse in the contrary position may be telling that you are spending too much time with matters of great consequence when you should be paying a ticket or sweeping the house. You may have let yourself become slovenly. You may have developed a disdain for authority and order. You may be procrastinating about something that needs immediate attention. Bring mouse medicine to your life's chaos, and you will soon have everything tidy and shipshape. Now, for me, I'm still working on little mousy issues, but to the point. Another message of mouse reverse may be that you are pipe dreaming. That doesn't apply to me. About your own importance in life. Actually, I had that question the other day. Are you wondering why you have not been nominated for the Academy Awards? No. You can't be recognized if you're not taking care of life's details and walking in humility. Remember that all good things come to those willing to work towards wholeness. Little Mouse needs to see the big picture, but only assimilate the information the picture gives a little at a time. I was talking about this earlier, that you may get a download in a meditation. Don't try to figure it out all at once, because sometimes it needs to unfold. So this is sort of explaining that. Expansiveness, in other words, if you're trying to expand your mind, expansiveness can be overwhelming if you forget to take it step by step. Now, in that, this absolutely does apply to my conversation earlier. You know, if you haven't learned how to do simple relaxation and breathing exercise, then meditation and trying to reach higher self is going to be difficult. So take it step by step. Confusion is a product of too much too soon. Little Mouse can conquer any task by using its scrutiny. Slow down and write the contrary medicine. Stop chasing your tail or being confused by the maze, and start observing the details of your present pathway. Now, the mouse card was straight up, but there is always, it seems to be, a message in the reverse too. But it's mouse medicine, you know. So the next one is number 23, opossum, and it's diversion. So we've got weaving with spider, mouse is scrutiny, and now the opossum is diversion. Hi, Bob. Thank you. Little sip of coffee. Opossum roll over. Are you really dead? Or just playing possum? Was it something I said? Now, I haven't read Possum in a while, but diversion. A possum's greatest form of protection is to play dead. In doing this, a possum confuses many a predator into believing that the game is over. Oftentimes, the confused rival walks away or looks the other direction for a moment, and opossum runs to safety. And I've observed him in and out of my chicken coop killing chickens, and yep, they do that. Opossum medicine uses a great deal of strategy. If all else fails, a possum plays dead. It has the ability to fight with its claws and teeth, but it rarely uses this form of protection. Instead, the supreme strategy of diversion is constantly employed when things get a little too hard to handle. Opossum has developed an act that would receive an Academy Award in the animal kingdom. The musk of the death scent is excreted at will, adding to the master play that sends enemies on many trails of confusion. If opossum is turned up in your cards, you are being asked to use strategy in some present situation. Rely upon your instincts for the best way out of a tight corner. If you have to pretend to be apathetic or unafraid, do it. Now, I have talked about this. If you have to pretend to be apathetic or unafraid, do it. Pretend. Oftentimes, if you refuse to struggle or show that hurtful words bother you, your tonsil will see no further fun in the game. Warriors have used opossum medicine for centuries, playing dead when the enemy nears and outnumbers them. Then, in a flash, when the enemy is least expecting it, the war cry is heard. The fright of this serves to further confuse the unsuspecting opposition. Victory is sweet when the strategy is one of the mental as well as the physical. Opossum may be relaying to you that you are to expect the unexpected and be clever in achieving your victory. This could be a victory over a bothersome salesman or a nosy neighbor. In essence, Opossum is beckoning you to use your brain. How about that one? To use your brain, your sense of drama and surprise, to leap over some barrier to your progress. Now, it was straight up, but I'm going to read the reversed. So, Apostle may be warning you against getting caught in the high drama of your life's present scenario. Close your eyes and dramatize may keep you from seeing the truth of a situation. You may buy into melodrama in yourself or others. You might as well play dead. If you are justifying what you are doing with a tragic victim routine, oh my, I'm always hurt. It's always me. Why is this always happening to me? I used to be that person. If this concept does not apply to your situation, take a look at the possibility that you may have recently been giving excuses for why you don't want to do something instead of telling the truth. In fearing to hurt somebody's feelings, you may have trapped yourself in a justification pattern. Well, I'm too sick, I'm too poor, blah, 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 blah. And having to defend yourself with excuses, you may have lost the point. You don't have to defend your right to be. That needs repeating, and it's in italics. You do not have to defend your right to be. In other words, to just exist, to be you. You don't have to defend it. The exercise is in learning to politely say that something would not be appropriate for you at this time. That's all. You owe no one an excuse. Learn to imitate possum and play dead, in the sense that the best strategy is no defense. In assuming the viewpoint of no defense, you have chosen the right to be who and what you are with no games involved. The conscientious observer, the compassionate observer, right? The proper use of diversion is to know when you do not need to use diversion at all. You owe no one an excuse for how you feel or what you choose to experience. Now, I will throw a caveat in that one, in that some people uh, become so involved with themselves, they get caught in their upside down spider, they get caught in a trap, and their ego gets a hold of them. And, you may say, well, I have the right to feel the way I do. Yeah, that's true. But, if you're pissing on everybody else's pie, wait a minute, that's not acceptable. Well, but I have the right to feel this way. Okay, but go somewhere else and do it. If you want to feel a particular way, but that doesn't mean you have to bring everybody else into your party of, peeing on the pie. No, that doesn't work. So there are people who would like to exercise this. Easy for you to say, Michelle, I'll be with you in a minute. That feel they have the right to exercise this all the time when it's their ego that's driving them. Well, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody thinks. I have the right to do. You do, but you don't have the right to push it on the rest of us. And, well, but I have, to force me. And of course you have the right. Well, but you keep telling me, okay, get over it. Enough is enough. I get it. You have the right to be that way. And you have the right to jump up and down and scream, but to scream in my face or others' face to try to, well, this is my right, I can be what. You understand what I mean? So Yes, we have the right to be, but in this discussion of mouse and opossum, to me, this message is more for those of a shire nature, you know, uh, a little bit intimidated at times and don't know if they should speak up or, that kind of thing. So, with that said, there are a lot of there are a lot of situation and instances, if I get pulled over and the cop says, "Where's your mask?" I'm going to put one on. I'm not going to argue with the man. I'm not going to talk about constitutional rights. But as soon as I get away from him, I'm going to take the damn thing off. But that's where I was talking about before that, sometimes we have to pretend. And I see that as being like going into the future with some of this stuff that's going on. We're going to have to do some pretending. And for some of us, we're going to have to kind of pretend to be dead. But the key word is pretend. Everybody else thinks, well, and you're just quiet, but you're pretending. Well, yeah, I'm gonna, I'm congenial. I'm gonna go along with it, and yeah, but you really ain't. It's pretending. And in that sense, I see that medicine is going to be necessary for many people coming up. So those three cards were chosen. Spit out of the deck at me, Michelle. Think about what you want. No shouting on anyone. Yeah, don't pee in the Cheerios. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Cherry, if you're out of here, we love you. Be well yourself. So Michelle, this cards are for you. So whatever you're thinking on, Michelle, MCF. MCF. Michelle, my belle, these are words that go together well. My Michelle, Michelle, ma belle, sont les mots qui vont très bien ensemble, très bien ensemble. I love you, I love you, I love you. And that's all I got to say. Until we find a way. They're gonna get me for singing the damn song now, right? She's ready. Okay, this is just strange, and I have to stop and go. Wait a minute. They actually throwed me. They showed me three cards. So, and I tried to pass over it, and they said no, go back. So anyway, it's skunk upside down. All right. Crow right side up and lynx right side up. As we know, crow medicine is some strong stuff. Skunk, speaking of strong. Number 7 on the list. Okay. Now, to me, this is a positive thing. Now, it is upside down, but there's always a lesson there. Skunk, tell me a story so I will know it well of how to attract and how to repel. Me too, elderberry. Number 7 is skunk and its reputation. Skunk medicine, go ahead and laugh. This furry little animal has a reputation that contains a great deal of power. Due to its distinctive behavior, humans give this tiny little critter a wide berth. The key word here is respect. Unlike other predatory animals, skunk does not threaten your life, but threatens your senses. You know that this is true if you've ever been in the vicinity of its prey. In observing the habit patterns of skunk, it is easy to notice the playfulness and nonchalance of its natural behavior. The I dare you attitude of this four legged critter commands you, as the observer, to respect its space by mere reputation alone. Yeah, sometimes it's fun upside down. Absolutely, David. Skunk is teaching you that by walking your talk and by respecting yourself, you will create a position of strength and honored reputation. They're asking me to read this over again. You will create a position of strength and honored reputation. Michelle, are you listening? The carriage of your body relates to others what you believe about yourself. There is no need to bully, aggravate, torment, or overpower other beings when your sense of self is intact. As with skunk, the resonant field of energy around your body is relayed through the senses. Pay attention, I'm telling you. Self-esteem permeates the body's energy and is instantly recognized on an extrasensory level by others. Are you paying attention, girlfriend? Learn to assert without ego what you are. Respect follows. Your self-respectful attitude will repel those who are not of like mind, and yet will attract those who choose the same pathway. As the odor of skunk attracts others of its kind, it repels those who do not respect its space. Skunk medicine people have the ability to attract others, and they are very charismatic. At the same time, the other side of their natural power is to repel those who seek to take energy from them. Paying attention, they're hollering at me. Tell her, read this again. At the same time, the other side of their natural power is to repel those who seek to take energy from them without recycling the gifts they have already taken. As much as I know about you, Michelle, I think this fits. Skunk medicine people also know how to use the energy that flows that will attract a lover. I don't think this applies. In skunk medicine, it is good to learn how to handle energy flows. Modern psychologists call this body language. In tribal teaching, this is your personal medicine, which you are showing to others. Use your medicine well and know that you're known by your reputation. How you use your energy will attract either honor or disgrace. You may want to examine what energy you are putting out that creates your present situation. Now, not saying this is you, but sometimes, we may think we're putting out a particular energy, but other folks might be picking it up and misinterpreting what that energy is. I mean, people used to think that I was mad all the time, and that just wasn't the case. But I found out that it was how I said certain things and the energy behind it, my facial expressions. And in that, I got a bad reputation. So, but anyway, if that's the situation, there may be people who are that are recoiling from you and you don't know why. And because you would actually like to hang out with them. So you just have to stop and go, am I putting out the wrong scent for this person? Or the other thing might be is that it's warning you that maybe being a friend with this person, there might be another side to that. There's warnings in that. If you have chosen this symbol, you are being asked to notice the kinds of people who are attracted to you. If they emulate favorable characteristics, have enough self-esteem to recognize those characteristics within yourself. Walk tall and be proud of the accomplishments that you have made. Bear in mind that what you believe about yourself is your ultimate protection. project self-respect. Now, it was upside down, or it is upside down. So, in the contrary, um, indicates that your self-esteem may seem to others as if you are putting on airs. Observe whether or not you are repelling others in your vicinity because of envy, jealousy, or projection of their low self-esteem. Not yours, but theirs. So you may be projecting someone else's feelings. I know I've realized a few years back that I was guilty of that. It wasn't I was picking up on their stuff and projecting it back out. And that's a crappy way of picking up stuff and dealing with it. Examine your feelings, be truthful with yourself. Write the situation by assuming the attitude of skunk, nonchalance. In assuming nonchalance, you are neutralizing the effect of leaking energy. In other words, if it may not be negative energy, but the energy that you're putting out may seem to others that it's negative. In leaking vital energy, you may be stinking up your environment. This is similar to dumping all of your woes on anyone who will listen. If you are doing this, it may be time to shut your mouth and go within. You may also be leaking sexual energy and repulsing the object of your interest. That person may be too shy to tell you to lay off. Look deeply at your self-image and how others are reacting to it. To balance the causes and effects of your actions and energy flows, you must decide whether or not you need to spray them in the directions of others to repel them, jealousy, greed, or over amorous tendencies. On the other hand, you may need to always maintain your right to be. Self-respect is the key to all of these situations, whereas ego is merely what you believe yourself to be. Skunk says if your ego is not your amigo, then it stinks. And I really like that little bit there. I should just take little blurps of some of this stuff out. But so, Michelle, are you still here? Can you still hear? If not, you can come back and listen again. But so they're telling me to have faith in yourself. And not everybody that is attracted is meant to be there. Okay. Make any sense to you? Next one is Crow and its law. Crow, are you cawing so I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Or are you sending your sacred caw just to remind me of universal laws? There is medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching at it, pecking at it, until her shadow woke up and became alive. And then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is dead Crow now. Dead Crow is a left-handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eyes, you'll have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. Since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of the physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time consciously, taking on another physical form and becoming the fly on the wall. In other words, to remote view, to observe what is happening far away. Okay. So this is long before they talked about remote viewing. Understand this. The Europeans that came to Turtle Island were named the Boat People by Slow Turtle. Even with the knowledge of alchemy possessed by certain boat people, none had ever seen the powerful shape shifting of shamans who utilized crow medicine. Crow medicine people are masters of illusion. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's Book of Law or Book of Seals is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Ogala, or ancient records. Sacred law belts or the wampum belts beaded by native women long before the boat people or the Europeans came to this continent contain knowledge of the great spirit's laws and are kept in the Black Lodge, the lodges of women, the law which states that all things are born of women is signified by crow. Human law is not the same as sacred law. More so than any other medicine, Crow sees that the physical world and even the spiritual world, as humanity interprets them, are an illusion. There are billions of worlds. There are billions of worlds. These are native traditions, okay? This is not about science. There are billions of worlds. There are infinitude there are an infinity amount of creatures. A great spirit is within all. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect law as given by the Creator, then at death, he or she dies a good medicine death. Now, that's what I want out of this deal. I just want to die a good medicine death. Going on to the next incarnation with a clear memory of his or her past. Crow is an omen of change. Crow lives in the void and has no sense of time. Now, earlier on, I was talking about the null space, right? But this is where Crow lives. The ancient chiefs tell us that Crow sees simultaneously the three fates, past, present, and future. Crow merges light and darkness, seeing both inner and outer reality. If Crow medicine appears in your card spread, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit in relation to the laws of humanity. Crow medicine signifies a first-hand knowledge of a higher order of right and wrong than that indicated by the laws created in human culture. With Crow medicine, you speak in a powerful voice when addressing issues that for you seem out of harmony, out of balance, out of whack, or simply unjust. Remember, the crow looks at the world first with one eye and then the other, cross eyed. In the Mayan culture, cross eyeds have the privilege and duty of looking into the future. You must put aside your fear of being a voice in the wilderness and call the shots as you see them. As you learn to allow your personal integrity to be your guide, personal integrity, how about that one? Your sense of feeling alone will vanish. That, that sounds like an important message to all of us. As you allow your personal integrity to be your guide, your sense of feeling alone will vanish. Your personal will can then emerge so that you will stand in your truth. The prime path of true Crow people says to be mindful of your opinions and actions. Be willing to walk your talk, speak your truth, know your life's mission, and balance past, present, and future in the now. Shape shift that old reality and become your future self. Allow the bending of physical laws to aid in creating the shape shifted world of peace. Now, uh, the card fell. I'm not sure if no, it was right side up. So this was all a positive thing in that for you, Michelle. Be willing to, I think you do, be willing to walk Walk your talk, speak the truth, know your life's mission, and balance past, present, and future in the now. But this paragraph down here is like they want me to read it again. As you allow your personal integrity to be your guide, your sense of feeling alone will vanish. Your personal will can then emerge so that you will stand in your truth. The prime path of true Crow people says to be mindful of your opinions and actions. There's a like a page, almost 2 pages, well, a page of the contrary, but it was right side up. So in the I'll scan this. Um, Crow reversed is the rebel in you. Make sure that if you're stepping on toes, you have some backup. Don't start a ballroom brawl. A crow reverse may indicate that you are merely cheating a little on your diet. Promises are made to be broken. In any of these situations, the only loser is you. And seeing what is true, you need to weed out past beliefs or ideas to bring yourself into the present moment. Now, it was not contrary. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment or denial of self truth. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful mind and an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love of all living creatures. Honor the past as your teacher, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. Refusing to honor the shifts in your reality can cause emotional pain. An implosion of energy is apparent when rebellion surfaces. Contrary Crow speaks of broken law. The law of expansion is broken by suppression. This may apply to a situation, an old habit, a person you have given your authority to, or your own fears. It is always your own creation, so call on Crow and shift that creation to your new reality. Now, that kind of sort of ties in, even though it says contrary, that's just good medicine to hear. Now, the next one is links. It is straight up, it's number 18. Uh, links has come up once or twice. But so of all the cards, I've read Skunk and Crow several times, but links maybe once, maybe twice. Links is secrets. Links. You know the secrets so very well, the dream time and the magic, but you will never tell. May I learn to hold my tongue, observe like the Sphinx, powerful yet silent, the medicine of links. It is said that if you want to find out a secret, ask Link's medicine. Unfortunately, it's difficult to get the silent links to speak. To be confronted by the powerful medicine of links signifies that you do not know something about yourself or others. They want me to read that again. To be confronted by the powerful medicine of links signifies that you do not know something about yourself or others. Interesting. Lynx is the keeper of secrets of lost magical systems and occult knowledge. Lynx has the ability to move through time and space and to go into the great silence for unraveling any mystery. Lynx is not the guardian of the secrets, but the knower of secrets. Now, you had Crow, which is the keeper of the, um, of the law. But anyway, Uh, so Lynx is the knower of the secrets. The problem lies in getting Lynx to instruct you. He or she would rather be off chasing a bird or kicking sand in your face than running circles around you. Lynx medicine is very specific type of clairvoyance. If this medicine is strong in you, you will get mental pictures concerning other people. and the exact things they have hidden either from themselves or from others, or maybe from you. You will see their fears, their lies, and their self deceptions. You will also know where they have hidden the treasure, if there is any. If you never speak of these revelations, you simply know. You never speak of these revelations. You simply know. The only way you can coax information about yourself out of a Lynx medicine person, in case you have forgotten where you hid the treasure, is to respect the practice of his or hers tradition. If you go to a gypsy with Lynx medicine, you must show your respect by paying with money after the reading. If you go to a Choctaw medicine person, he or she will reach into your midsection or use other traditional medicines to help you. A blanket or tobacco should be given in exchange for the medicine he or she has performed for you. This operation is known as the Law of the Lynx people and is practiced by Native American. Gypsy, Sufi, and Egyptian cultures. I remember reading this part before. If you have pulled the Lynx card, you can be sure that secrets are afloat. If this is your personal medicine, you should listen to your higher self. Be still and pay attention to the revelations you receive, either in the form of mental pictures or through a high singing voice in your inner ear. Now, I've had, tinnitus today, like really bad. How about you, David? Um, Perhaps you will receive information in the form of omens. You can be sure that Mother Earth is signaling you in some manner. If Lynx is at your door, listen. Brother or sister Lynx can teach you of your personal power and of things you have forgotten about yourself. Lynx can lead you to lost treasures and connect you to forgotten brotherhoods and sisterhoods. Some medicine people believe that the Sphinx of ancient Egypt is not a lion, but a lynx. I would agree with that. This lynx does not say much. With an enigmatic smile, the great cat watches over the sands forever. Now, in the contrary, which it isn't, it was strongly straight up. It says, are you defiling a sacred trust, or have you broken a promise to a friend? If not, you may have pulled a good boner on yourself by blabbing your latest idea. Uh, on this level, Lynx is telling you to become worthy of trust. Then the secrets will be available to you. Now, in the universe of things, if you're too busy worrying about how high you can reach on the ladder of spirituality, but you're not willing to do the basic work, then you're going to get shoddy workmanship. You can't skip 3 or 4 rungs when you're carrying shingles up on a roof. It just don't work out that way. You don't want to fall and hurt yourself or break a leg or bust a bundle of shingles. Then you go up every step of the ladder. You make sure of that. So no shortcuts in that respect. So Michelle, that was for you, but I could absolutely see where there's connecting information in those cards that connect with the topic of um, learning the simple basics of meditation. So, and for those people who think like, well, it's going to be really hard and it's going to take me years. Well, as long as you live, you should meditate. So, yeah, it's going to take the rest of your life. Look forward to it. Not as well, how long is this going to take? It's going to take you the rest of your life, but it's going to be something to look forward to. I know David Castle. You're not a spring chicken anymore. I can't remember how old you are, but not. But my point is, you're not 23. you know. Um. Oh Lord, to be 32. To be 42. Oh wait, to be 62. you know I don't want to. I wouldn't want to actually go backwards. But you know, if I had some of this information back 10 years ago, it just would have helped. That's all. Excellent reading for Michelle. Oh well, thank you. And in the end we shall achieve in time the thing they call divine, when all the stars will smile for me, when all is well and well is for all, forever after, living in the meantime, wait and see. Interesting. Very nice. Elf says good night, David Castle. Elf, bye good night. Appreciate you too having, you know, hung in there and with us this evening. So um, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. One more, if anybody out there, really needs a card. Uh, she says, thank you. You're welcome, Michelle. Um, is that a clapping elderberry? But with all this, Space Hog, in the meantime lyrics, I've never heard of them. And I used to try to stay up on, I would like to say contemporary music. The whether it be, I've worked at several radio stations. You would like a card? Okay. Um, let me give me a couple of minutes and let me have a smoke and a drink and a. I've been talking for the last 3 hours, so absolutely, I will do you a card. Absolutely, no question. Absolutely, but as much as I shouldn't smoke, hey, oh, it's 2:22 a.m. Oh. So hey, Jackson, what you doing? Sweet dreams to you too. Yeah, interesting cards pulled tonight and message. Not just for Michelle, but I just in general. It just sounds like just good medicine. And I swear there are times when I saw the spider, I was like, holy crap, because I've been on this Spider Woman thing for a while now, right? And they've been pestering me to go upstairs. You need a card, please? Hey, Whispering Winds, how you doing? All right. Um, Smoke if you got them. Now, as a shaman in residence here, for each one of you that I've read cards for, you must give an offering of tobacco to yourselves, or do a little thank you in your house or whatever. And you don't have to light the tobacco. And if you don't have any tobacco, then pick some sage or pick a special herb or something, But just say thank you to the four directions, to the up and the down, and especially to the inside. Okay. Now, I could do it here, but I'd sort of be doing it for me. So I'm picking these cards regardless of whether or not you do them. But to help yourself out, then give a little thank you to the universe. Because, in reading what I did just a minute ago about the links, if you went to a gypsy links, it would be, money. And if it was to a shaman and many medicine men, accept they say a blanket. Well, sometimes it is a sure enough Indian blanket. But though um, a pouch of tobacco, tied with a string, it is a gift of the the sacred tobacco plant. If you didn't have tobacco or something, a sacred herb such as sage or sweetgrass or um, um, a juniper tree or something, that's got a fragrance with it. But anyway, so the offering is to the shaman, but it's to the shaman in respect to the creator. So, and this is just a suggestion for yourselves. But to complete the card reading, then the payment should be an offering to the spirits because they're working through me, right? So to pay me, you actually pay the spirits, if that makes any sense. So, and I only bring this up because of what was in that last reading about the links. And it's that, so it's in respect to the the spirits. you know I'm going to pick the card anyway, whether you do it or not. You follow me? But in the true respect of things, if someone did me a card reading, then I'd light some sage and go, thank you, even though I'm here on this side of the planet. And I was thinking of Mother Nature last week, and I didn't know this. And Michelle was in there, and she goes, yeah, she was talking about doing a card reading for me. So I was like embarrassed. Never anybody asked me if I wanted a card reading, right? So I thought she was talking to somebody else. I'm embarrassed, really, truthfully. But had she, I would have lit some sage on my end, going, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, but anyway, but the person on the receiving end, I think of those things automatically. And the reading for the links is like kind of brought it up in that you don't have to, it's not necessary. But if you follow certain natural laws, rules, I won't say regulations, but, if somebody went up and said, hey, gypsy lady, do me a reading, you know, she'd be like, what do you got to offer here? Well, I got a gold watch that my father gave me. Okay, it wouldn't matter. But the idea, though, that now that's particularly with lynx type people. I don't believe that I am a lynx type person. I am a Hawkeye person and an owl person, which are one's the daytime, one's the night. Uh, and I have beaver. Well, there is some beaver medicine, but I have otter medicine. I mean, without a doubt, I have otter medicine. And I've seen beavers around here when other people go, there's no beavers around here. Yeah, oh, yes, there are. So I'm on my break for us. Give me a second. Who was that one? Whispering, and it scrolled down. I'm sorry. I missed the first person who wanted to say. Raise your hand again. Whispering, you were the second. Jody. The only way I can never think of give thanks and respect to the universe, to take a minute and bow and allow myself to feel it and say it is so that I can mean when I say thank you to anyone or anything. Right. If I knew offer some kind of tobacco, how does one go about doing it? Um, while I'm loading up here to have a smoke, you just take a pinch of tobacco. And if you were outside or something, elderberry, that's the one. Uh, um, is that it's simply not obviously you do this outside or you're going to get it on the carpet, but you just take a pinch of tobacco and you to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west, and it doesn't really matter. It's that you're giving honor to the four directions, okay? And it's a pinch of tobacco and drop it on the ground. Pinch of tobacco in each direction. Now, for outside, there is the up and the down. Now, the offering of tobacco. Now, if you had a sacred pipe, I have, torn the filter off a cigarette and used the tobacco that way to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. You blow smoke in that direction, okay? And it's to the up, to the universe, it's down to all of the critters and things that live below us and the earth and within the earth. And then you just take some and blow the smoke around you. If you don't smoke, you can just do it with just a little bit of tobacco. Just it doesn't take but a couple of crumbles, okay? Um, but then, so there's not four directions. There are not six directions. There are seven: north, south, east, west, up, down, and inside. Okay. So the prayer is for you, but it's to give thanks to the universe. So if you smoke, you blow a little smoke in each direction, up, down, into the directions, and with your intent. I'm just thank you to the north and all the energies and uh, creatures that live there. To different tribes, it's that the ancients live in the north and they keep the knowledge there. And then somebody else say, no, that's over there. But, to the east, if you think that's the things that are coming forward, that's the future. If you look at west, the sun's going down, and those are the things that are past. But there's wisdom in the past, right? So in the South, that's where the old timers live because it's nice and warm down there, kind of thing. But anyway, but in each of these, there are those quote beings of the universe that are said to inhabit those directions. Okay, but so all that you're doing is basically covering all the angles. you know Whoever lives wherever they do, you're to the north and all the beings there, I say thank you. To the beings in the south, and sometimes I have gone like north, south, east, and west, sometimes north, east, south, west, like going around it's that you give. Now to some folks there is an order, but what I have found most to be of most useful is that the same thing every time, because the universe is changing, the same thing every time is not necessarily appropriate. Sometimes, I want to give thanks to the north and then to the west and then to the south and then the east. It goes backwards. Sometimes it's north, south, west, east. Sometimes, so there are different combinations. But as long the important part is that it's your intent to say thank you to the universe, and and that's it. That's the basic thing. There's no like whoop-de-doo, I'm worshiping something. There's no bloodletting. It's because tobacco is the sacred herb. You give in those directions with your intention. So with the smoke, to the universe go your intentions and your prayers. You know, wow, thank you. So, but anyway, I was looking for my tobacco. But that's a simple way to do it. You know, and if the person was present, then you would give them they would take pieces of cloth, like an old T-shirt or something, usually cotton, not so much Ray-Ban or anything like that, natural stuff. And that after a powwow or something like that, or having visited someone, they would make up these little bags of tobacco on with a string, and they would have a tree nearby. Sometimes they would make this tree. Sometimes they'd go and literally just get an old stick, with limbs on it, and that would be the sacred tree, and that everybody would put their dreams and wishes and prayers with those little bags of tobacco and hang them on the tree. Like I said, it was a lot of times it was just a dead limb that was stuck in the ground or in a bucket or something, but everybody honored it. And they would go up to the tree and they would pick a spot, and they would put their prayers with the medicine bag of tobacco on the tree. And so it wasn't about, cutting down a living thing. Um, but anyway, I'm still trying to think of that herb I was trying to mention. It's like um, the wood smells a lot, or you can get there are certain pines. Anyway, spruce, juniper, that's one of them. Juniper, not the berries, but the dried leaves. You can burn some of that, and but anyway, so depending on what's in your area, where you live, what you're, whether you smoke or don't, or access to stuff, but it's always nice to offer something. Um, but if you know ahead of time that a tradition is, for this tradition, you know, the shaman or medicine man, it's, they're not a gypsy. So, okay, now that means tobacco, usually, you know. So having that little bit of knowledge. So if you ever meet someone but anyway, but to the point though, to thank the spirits that work through me, to shuffle the cards and pick them out, thank you for the message, whether it fits you. Hopefully it does, um, smoke if you got them. Tangerine dreams and marmalade skies. I'm gonna get busted for singing Beatles tunes. Anyway, okay. Sweetgrass, yes, it's on there. Um, hey, Michelle. Barry says Michelle has much gratitude for the read. You're always welcome. Um, Wait, what was that? Wasn't reading. I try to keep up, but sometimes it goes too fast. But serious, Lenny, many do hear me whispering even when I'm not in the room. That's interesting. So, all right, Barry. Elder Barry, quite contrary. How do the cards read now? I'll shuffle them good, just like I should, and we'll see if we pull out a cow. I just made that up. So I used to be able to do that willy nilly all the time. I could make up little things and rhyme stuff all the time. Um, I guess in a way I would have made a good rapper a bit in how I used to, but I wasn't dirty like that. I used to limericks and that kind of thing was my thing back in the day. I grew up with some really bad nerds. It's telling me through a messenger what to say. Okay, I love y'all. So okay, so Elder Barry, I'm shuffling through the cards and wow, something's got on this card. Later. Something sticky dried on it. Don't you dare. They want me to wait. No, you don't. I was just sitting here going, they wanted me to pull the rabbit card. And I was like, no, because the rabbit card had got a little thing on it, right? So they said, pull this card, which is beaver. And I was just talking about beaver and otter, and I pull it, number 22. And on the other side, I'm thinking, no, 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 no. And guess what's on the other side? The rabbit card. Like, no, 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 no. No, I'm not going to pull that card. But the beaver was the card they wanted me to. But consequently, I think just to just to mess with my head, the rabbit card, which is the one I did not want to pull because it's so easy. There's a split. It doesn't lie flat, and it would be real easy to like pick it and go, ooh. But no, I picked this card just to mess with me. Here's the rabbit card. I don't think the rabbit card is necessarily for you, but I will highlight what rabbit. And rabbit has a tendency to how he got himself into a jam with someone who was really powerful. He calls fear to himself or to herself, to themselves. I'm going to put it that way. But now Beaver, I can't think of any time that I have read Beaver. I will find out when I start reading it. But short break. Yeah, as I'm sitting here, they're telling me the rabbit was a joke they played on me, but Beaver was the card. Number 22. As I look through this book and I think, wow, Builder. I don't think I've read this. Maybe. If I have had Beaver, it had been a while. All right, so you're still with me, Barry, and Whispering Winds. I'll be with you in a minute. It's been 3 hours and some since I had a cigarette, and I kind of want to read and smoke at the same time. So y'all hang in there with me. Beaver, Builder, number 22, which is a 4. Beaver, teach me to build my dreams, including others too. One mind, one thought, hearts as one, lessons learned from you. Beaver is the doer in the animal kingdom. Beaver medicine is akin to water and earth energy and incorporates a strong sense of family and home. If you were to look at the dams that block woodland streams, you would find several entrances and exits. In building its home, Beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us, not to paint ourselves into a corner. Now, I would agree that this information is applying to all of us right now. This practice is a lesson to all of us, not to paint ourselves into corners. And some folks get in our situations that this is a current thing and applies to the rest of the topic for tonight. Anyway, if we eliminate wait a minute. If we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our own lives. A doer is characterized by industriousness, and Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. That's an interesting statement. And Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. If I can only reach 5 feet high and I want to build a wall, but I don't have anything to stand on, then the wall's only going to be 5 feet high if I'm trying to build a 6-foot wall. You know what I mean? So anyway, so productivity is limited. Limitation cancels productivity. So if you can't reach very high and you have to stand on a ladder, that cuts your productivity down. Anyway, Beaver is armed with very sharp teeth that are capable of felling whole trees. I got trees in the backyard where I've got beaver on my property that roams around. You can always tell. And I have found beaver sticks, as we call them, that have been gnawed all the way up and down, and they leave a really interesting chew marks on them. And we pulled them out of the river, and they make excellent walking sticks. And if you keep them, pull them out of the river and take care of them, I've got some that are 10, 15 years old. The sticks are still good. Them beavers know how to pick them. Let me tell you. Beaver is armed, let's see, and beaver is armed with very sharp teeth that are capable of felling whole trees. Imagine that those teeth could do to the limbs of a predator. From the rear, beaver is armed with a paddle-like tail that aids in swimming as well as guarding its behind. This tiny mammal, it ain't tiny, is well equipped to protect its creation. To understand beaver medicine, you might take a look at the power of working and attaining a sense of achievement. In building a dream, teamwork is necessary. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group mind. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. Each partner in the project honors the talents and abilities of the others and knows how to complete the piece of the puzzle that belongs to them. And working well with others, a sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. If beaver has appeared in your spread, it may be time to put your ideas into action or to complete some project that has been neglected. The beaver card could also be asking you to settle differences with fellow workers or friends. Beaver tells you to look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creations would put you which and protect the creations which you put your love and energy into. Sometimes beaver brings you a warning to watch your back. If this is your message, you will know it by the position in which the card falls in your spread. If the card falls in the south position, I just pulled one card and it was up. Uh, Use discernment and all will be fine. Now, it was not in the contrary, but I've not read Beaver. So if Beaver has dunked its head under the water as contrary, you are being asked to open new doors to opportunities and to stay aware. This could also usher in a time of laziness or apathy. Find what is damming the flow and remove the impasse. The questions that may arise when Beaver is contrary are: have I forgotten to allow room in my life for new experiences? 2. Am I willing to work with others? 3. Am I resentful of having to work? Number 4. Do I express my creativity by doing or just by dreaming about it? 5. Has my mind created so many obstacles to productivity that I feel like a failure before I begin? Meditate, get this, meditate on Beaver's determination and willingness to work. Visualize the goal you wish to accomplish and be willing to work with others to achieve that end. Now, I read the contrary, I think mostly for me. But anyway, so elderberry, I used to build campfires on the bayou. Beaver would come and warm by the fire. So you've had beaver come up too, huh? Yeah, I've been down on the river, where I've got my little camp down here. And you're in Louisiana, Barry? Is that right? I used to know some Cajuns from around, man, I can't, New Iberia and out that way. I used to work for them here in Moultrie. And make some Cajun food. Made ex. Oh, you're in Missouri. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I was thinking bayous. They got bayous too in Missouri. Of course they do. My bad. I guess it was whatever was in that pipe I was smoking. But anyway, tangerine trees and marmalade skies. But anyway, there's a message in there. So, uh, but so Beaver hit you. Yeah. Also, too, not that I pulled the card. River bottoms, yes, absolutely. And when I still recall so clearly that time I did that 2 day um, ceremony down on the river, and I asked the birds and the sky and the thingy and whatever, and then Al, as soon as I got done and blew out the candle, it was like almost sunrise. It was that twilight. It was just getting light, but there wasn't no sun yet. And an owl sitting up in the tree, of all the trees to pick, like right above my head. Ooh, scared the crap out of me. So that was like the answer. And thanks for the all night vigil that I did and the ceremony. So when I was talking with Gray Wolf, I was like, I said, well, so, and he said, well, you were down by the river. He said, did you include the river in with the ceremony? And I went, oh crap. No, I didn't. So all that day, I rested some and meditated on it all day long. Like, oh, I didn't include the river that's right there. I assumed that it was included. And so that next night, I went down and did the ceremony with the river on the beach with my canoe, and I was in the water and not. So I was my purpose of that was to um, join the water and the land with my ceremony, right? So that it would be sacred and that it would be blessed, and that am I doing the right thing, and do the spirits agree? And as I blew out the candle on the next morning, um, an otter came up within arm's reach and just smiled at me and then went back under. Of all the places on the river that otter could have been, came right up to me and up out of the water and smiled and back down. I almost jumped out of my skin. So when you have that type of experience with the things that I've done in my lifetime, you have a tendency to, I'm coming, Whispering Winds. Um, you have a tendency to sort of believe some of these animal signs. I mean, especially when they appear with you. And Barry, if you know that they have come up and appeared with you and so forth, you understand that. See, and for as much as we've never met, except for here, we have a commonality in that we've had these natural animals come near to us and accept us as we are. Because not everybody can sit by the river and have otters or beavers or whatever come up, you know. And Barry, just as a thought, have the beavers ever thumped their tails? Have you ever witnessed it or heard it at night, late at night, where they take their tails and they force their tails down in the water. They don't slap it, they force it down. We used to do that playing in the pool when I was a kid, and it makes a kawoom sound. And I've watched them from the bridge down here in the water, and they'll splash and they'll send a rooster tail up in the water 10, 15 feet. It's amazing. Okay, Whispering Winds, it's your turn. You focus. Not met you, so I'm just gonna sit here and say, okay, spirits, let me shuffle the cards and see what comes up. All right, so here we go. And when I get through doing these things, I always thank the spirits myself for allowing me to be here and do this. And I'm not trying to. It's not about how right I am, but it seems that for every person that I have pulled a card for, it has made some kind of sense to them in some way. So, I'm grateful for that. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it anymore. I would just like, nope, sorry. But, I have to trust in. It's not my ability. Actually, it is. It's my ability to get out, to stay out of the cards. I cannot put any of my energy into the cards. This is for Whispering Winds. And, so for whatever comes out, and they're saying to turn the cards this way. That's interesting. They made me turn the whole deck around. That's a maybe. That feels like a good card. You ain't going to believe this. My third choice that came up, Whispering Winds, was the Beaver. And I shuffled these cards. But the one they would like for you, these other two, it was like a maybe. The next one was like, So interesting. They made me turn the entire deck around after I shuffled it, which essentially turned a lot of cards upside down. That's interesting. But the third card that I pulled, which was nowhere near these other two, I pulled the Beaver card again. Yeah, they made slides too. Scare the crap out of me on some yell, bang, whap. But late at night, sitting by a small campfire, and you're not expecting anything, and then the river is just like maybe 50 feet away, and there's, depending on the height of the water, there's usually a pretty high bank, at least 6 feet, and then ka-whoosh, whoa, what the hell was that? But anyway, so Whispering Winds, bat number 42, and especially number 10, turtle. So, whoops, I just passed it. So that was sort of a, but they want me to read it. Okay. Rebirth. Now that's just plumb interesting, right in and of itself. Okay, these are the more, okay. Thought I had the wrong glasses on. Sacred bat flew to me from darkness of the cave. Womb-like reflections, answers it gave. Birth, death, rebirth, cycles of the whole, never ending, just eclipsed, the journey of the soul. Rebirth. Steeped in the mystery of the Mesoamerican tribal ritual is a legend of the bat, akin to the ancient Buddhist belief in reincarnation in Central America. Bat is a symbol of rebirth. The bat has for centuries been a treasured medicine of the Aztec, Toltecs, Tolkien, and Mayan peoples. That embraces the idea of shamanistic death. The ritual death of the healer is steeped in secrets and highly involved intuition rites. Shaman death is the symbolic death of the initiative to the old ways of life and personal identity. For example, when I kind of sort of became Hawkeye Two Feathers more than David Null. The initiation that brings the right to heal and to be called shaman is necessarily preceded by ritual death. Them 3 days I spent on the river. Yeah. Most of these rituals are brutally hard on the body, mind, and spirit. I will attest to that. In light of today's standards, it can be very difficult to find a person who can take the abuse and come through it with their balance intact. The basic idea of ancient initiations was to break down all the former notions of self that were held by the shaman to be. This could entail brutal tests of physical strength and psychic ability, and having every emotional button pushed hard. Taunting and spitting on the initiative was common, and taught him or her to endure the duress with humility and fortitude. The final initiation step was to be buried in the earth for one day and to be reborn without former ego in the morning. This ritual is very similar to the night of fear practiced by the natives of Turtle Island. In this ritual, the shaman to be is sent to a certain location to dig his or her grave and spend the night in the womb of Mother Earth, totally alone, with the mouth of the grave covered by a blanket. Darkness and the sounds of animals prowling quickly confront the initiate with his or her fears. I've been there, done that. As the darkness of the grave has its place in this ritual, so does the cave of Bat. Hanging upside down as a symbol for learning to transpose your former self into a newborn being. This is also the position that babies assume when they enter the world through the womb of a woman. If that has appeared in your cards today, it symbolizes the need for a ritualistic death of some way of life that has no longer suits your new growth patterns. This can mean a time of letting go of old habits and of assuming the position in life that prepares you for rebirth, or in some case, initiation. In every case, bat signals rebirth of some part of yourself or the death of old patterns. If you resist your destiny, it can be a long, drawn out, or painful death. The universe is always asking you to grow and become your future. To do so, you must die that shaman's death. Now, Bat is upside down. If Bat is still hanging upside down in the cave and immersed in darkness, you have met its contrary medicine. This position leads to stagnation of the spirit and a refusal to acknowledge your true destiny, which is always to use the talents you have to the fullest. Is there some area of your life that is dammed up and therefore stopped your desire to create? If so, look at surrendering to the death of that stagnation. If so, look to surrendering to the death of that stagnation. That can also imply that in the reversal of your natural cycle of rebirth, you are trying to go at life in a backwards mode. This is a breech birth, in a sense. This type of occluded understanding of how to go about freeing yourself can lead to a stillbirth if you struggle too long in the birth canal. That's interesting. The final outcome can be death of the body. Some people think themselves into a corner with obstacles that are illusionary. Painting yourself into a corner, that was in one of the other cards tonight. So some people think themselves into a corner with obstacles that are illusionary. By the time they decide what to do, the opportunities are gone and old age is upon them. All of their dreams have passed them by. Reverse Bat says to use your mind, courage, and strength to ensure an easy labor and quick delivery in your new state of understanding and growth. Surrender to the new life you have created from thought and desire, and bravely greet that dawn. If you are concerned with today and tomorrow, but not much further, you may forget to see further down the road. Tribal teachings say that you are responsible for future generations because you are the ancestors of the future. I got to read that again. Tribal teachings say that you are responsible for future generations because you, meaning we, are the ancestors of the future. Whatever you do today will affect the next 7 generations. Every decision, every thought, is to create a state of stagnation or rebirth for those that follow you on the great red road. If you are blocking yourself, you may be blocking the generations to come. Bat flies at night, and in the night are born your dreams. These are the dreams that build future civilizations, so nourish them well. Now, that's just, I have not read Bat before. Whispering Winds, that was the number one card. Now, the next card is Turtle. But now that's just tribal teachings say, they want me to read this again. Tribal teachings say that you are responsible for future generations because you are the ancestors of the future. Whatever you do today will affect the next 7 generations. Now, that's one hell of a responsibility, but so in just not, not just you, but for life in general and for people, how many people have that kind of thought, that what I do today is going to affect 7 generations down the road? Or do they care? Or do they give a crap? You know what I mean? And so it's like, so Turtle is Mother Earth. And this was the major card they wanted me to pull for you, Whispering Wind. Turtle, Great Mother, feed my spirit, clothe my heart, that I may serve you too. Mother Earth. In Native American teaching, Turtle is the oldest symbol for the planet Earth. It is the personification of goddess energy and the eternal mother from which our lives evolve. We are born of the womb of Earth, and to her sorrow our bodies will return. In honoring the Earth, we are asked by Turtle to be mindful of the cycle of give and take, to give back to the mother as she has given to us. Turtle has a shell which is similar to the protection that Earth has employed for centuries as her body has been defiled. Mother Earth's protection has come in the form of earth changes, new plant growth, the creation of new land masses by volcanoes, and climate alterations. Like Turtle, you also have the shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy, and the unconsciousness of others. That's an interesting point. Turtle teaches you through its habit patterns how to use protection. If you are bothered by the actions or words of others, it is time to go inside yourself and honor your feelings. If you are attacked, it is time to give a warning snap. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you. To be grounded to the earth and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth energies that represent Turtle's 2 homes to flow harmoniously with your situation and to place your feet firmly on the ground in a power stance. Turtle is a fine teacher of the art of grounding. You may even be able to overcome some of your space cadet tendencies if you align with Turtle medicine. In learning to ground, you are placing focus on your thoughts and actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river. This is an interesting way to put it. Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river as influenced by the plodding pace it keeps. The corn that is harvested before its time is not yet full. However, if it is given the chance to develop on its own, in its own season, its sweetness will be shared by all. Turtle buries its thoughts like its eggs in the sand and allows the sun to hatch the little ones. This teaches you to develop your ideas before bringing them out in the light. Look at the old fable of tortoise and the hare and decide for yourself whether or not you would like to align with turtle. Bigger, stronger, and faster are not always the best ways to get to a goal. When you arrive, you may be asked where you've been, and you may not be able to remember. In that case, arriving prematurely can make you feel immature. And that would kind of coincide with the meditation thing. You know, people who don't start out with just simple beginning things end up arriving prematurely and are very immature. Anyway, if you draw the turtle card, it augurs a time of connecting with the power of earth and the mother, and the hello mother, hello potter, and the mother goddess within. This is a reminder of the ally you have in Mother Earth. It does not matter what situation you have created. Ask for her assistance, and abundance will flow. Now, turtle's upside down, just like the bat was. So, pulling the turtle card in the reverse means that Mother Earth is calling you to reconnect in some way. So, this was the main card of the two. So, here we go. Mother Earth is calling you to reconnect in some way. If you have become flippant and forgotten to place waste in its proper place instead of throwing it out the car window, she is calling you. If you have felt alone in your time of need, she is calling you. If you have been struggling financially or have little to eat, or if you have desired a child and see no pregnancy in the future, she is your medicine. Use it. You are not alone ever. You are a child of earth. All acts of pleasure, joy, and abundance are given by the mother of the creative force. Use your energy, use her energy to aid you, and you will be healed enough to share this energy with others. The idea of a turtle helplessly lying on its back, trying to right itself after it has been flipped out upside down, can also symbolize contrary turtle. You are not a victim and you are not helpless, no matter how much it may seem like this in the case of your present situation. To right the ill dignified turtle, you need only list the things you are grateful for. And from that grateful place in your heart, look for the abundance of alternatives that Mother Earth gives. You need only list the things you are grateful for, not anything negative. That's just, I haven't read Turtle in a while, but, grounding, if you have become, uh, it in the reverse means that Mother Earth is calling you to reconnect in some way. So that one was especially for you in that one. So, and the beaver card showed up again at the end after I shuffled them up. That was just interesting. So coupled with, if you look at bat and you know, rebirth, rebirth, reconnecting with Mother Earth, and with what Beaver was, to be strong, be the builder, be the doer. So, even though the Beaver card said, "Here, I want to come back in here," I think it was important in that it's to give a positivity to the other two messages, and the fact that it was right side up versus upside down. So, but anyway, that's my take on it. That's what they're kind of giving me with this. So, um, what deck of cards is this, or whatever they are called? These cards were very fitting, and I felt very true to myself. You're welcome. Several folks have picked these cards up, and the book is called Medicine Cards. I'm It's backwards to me, but I've been told that it looks correct to you. It's called Medicine Cards, and that's the name. Jamie Sams and David Carson, Barron Company, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Uh, the Discovery of Power Through the Ways of Animals. And this particular one is, I'm looking for the copyright date. Uh, this one was 1988. So this book is 98, 2008, 25 years old. And so some of the things that are in it, you'd have thought they wrote it just 10 or 15 years ago. But 1988 was this copyright, the text copyright. So, but anyway, Medicine Cards, that's what it is. And I think Teresa has a pair set. I think one or two other people have, sent one. It's like $25, I think, roughly. Um, you know, Somebody got an original set. This is an original set. I can't find. I kept the box, and I kept wanting to throw it away. It was like, nah, hold on, but I can't. I don't know what I did with it at the moment. But anyway, but that's the name of the book, and I will repeat again: Medicine Cards by Jamie Sands and David Carson. The Discovery of Power Through the Ways of Animals. Publishers Barron Company, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Yeah, okay. Barron Company, P.O. Box 2860, Santa Fe, New Mexico. They have it on the inside cover here. So, there are used sets on Amazon's. Yeah, right, Elderberry. Right, absolutely. I am Morningstar of the Thunderbird clan. My Cherokee brother named me. Sadly, I did not get to learn more from him in our brief walk. Was spoke the other day. Where are you asking Barry or are you asking me? These were a present sent to me by a dear friend of mine. And, it's amazing how, I mean, just out of the blue, they received one day. And I was like, wow, this is cool. And it was from my friend Christine. And she had given me several books on Native Americans and Indians and things like that. And I just out of the blue, she sent me this. She'd had them for quite some time, and said, you need these more than I do, and sent them to me. But other people have bought them off of Amazon. Um, so there are different ways to lay out the cards. Just like in tarot, you can do them in this fashion or that fashion, across or whatever. And I usually just follow an old 3-card Monty kind of thing. You pick the 3 most logical cards, and where it fits in the north or the south and its importance. Yeah, okay. And there is more of that in these books that if you do your own personal readings. But there's one thing that I will caution folks who do card readings at all: don't overdo it. I used to do card readings for myself all the time. What am I going to, what has to do with this? And really, don't do that. Once a week or something comes to you and you go, where are my cards? This might be a time to do a 3-card thingy. But now there are those folks who are going to do the layouts and the thing. That's okay too. But for me, the messages are the direct messages that I'm asking for by simply picking out 3 cards. And it's sort of the law of 3. If y'all been hanging around with me long enough to understand that there is something in that. So to keep it simple and and to the point, you know. So, but like I said, the book has different ways of laying out the cards. The same, I used to do room readings a lot and interpretations and so forth. And then I was told not to, because runes are Celtic, basically. And I was studying Native American shamans. They explained to me I should not um, do the runes if my intentions are to be Native American. You know, I don't know anybody, you know, that's in Celtic areas or things. I haven't been around people like that, like I have with Native Americans. So I see the validity in that, but I was asked not to cross cultures to, you know, and so the native cards and the bears, and I've got a book over here that one of these nights I'm going to get it out. I'm going hoarse. It's been almost 4 hours. But it's called Animal Speaks. And so my questions are going to be to the folks in the chat. What animal comes to you, or what animal seems to be, you know, your totem? And so my questions will, you know, I'll have a couple of things that I will lead with, but as people come into the chat room, rather than doing a card reading, if there's an animal that or two that, you know, is consistently shows up, or maybe one has recently showed up, because sometimes totems aren't lifelong names. Now, for me as Hawkeye, Hawk flew by the other day really slow. It was really interesting, neat, and at the same time a little creepy because they usually go a little faster than that. So it was a good, but at the same time just a little strange. It was going so slow. Anyway, but so but sometimes animals will come to us for short periods to teach us lessons. You know, they don't necessarily, you know, they're hawks in the air all the time, and owls are in the backyard, and I can hear them hooting at different times. And I'll be thinking about something or whatever, and then all of a sudden there'll be a hoot hoot, and it's really like that's, you know, it was like spirit giving me a thumbs up um, for whatever download message or meditation or whatever. So I'm like, wow, that was really cool. Whoo hoo. Well, okay, so in my line of work, you kind of, you know, somehow you're connected to the spirits and the animals, and it's, you know, like for example, the otter coming up to me at the end of the second night of doing ceremony. I mean, right up to me and smiled. I'm telling you, smile. You know, and so the reverence and the honor to, in my opinion, I mean, I'm sitting here and I still get chills, and this has been many moons ago, going on 10 years now that I did those ceremonies. So, but the idea, and I've seen them running up and down I'd be in the kayak and they'd be up on the bank running alongside, you know, and I'm sure they could see me, you know, big orange kayak, right? But they just keep playing along you know, on the bank and aren't scared, you know. Beavers float by, you know, seen them play. And I've been to places where uh, other people are like, you know, I was down at the river the other day and there were beavers going up and down underneath the bridge. No, there weren't. That's bullshit. No, but, you know, not when they're thumping and spraying water and you actually see them. And then there was somebody that was with me and I said, see, now if anybody asks, we saw beaver here at this bridge on, you know, but anyway. So it seems like there are times when animals will show themselves to me when they won't show themselves to anybody else, which is odd. They're, I'm not imagining that they're there, but other people just, for whatever reason, where's the beaver? Where's the beaver? It's right over there, swimming in the river. See the current and the thingy, and see their tail. And no, I don't see it. Where's it at? Oh, you're, well, you know, okay. Now I know I've been in the wild enough to know if I can see a beaver or something, or a snake, or an alligator, you know, swimming through the water. So, but other people are blind to that sort of thing. They're all they see is just water. Well, there's a ripple. Yeah, well, follow that ripple. There's a beaver right in front of it. It's making a wake. But anyway, so then there are people then who don't understand that when they're looking right at it. Not to be cruel to them, but I'm like, you can't see it. Do you need glasses? No. Did you see that stump over there? Yeah. Well, he just swam by that stump. Well, I didn't see nothing. You know, they can see the stump, but they can't see the beaver. Doug, wow. You joined in. Did you just find us, or you just decided to put your 2 cents worth in the chat room? I love to see you, man. I do. And our chat in the other chat group. That's cool. Another brother. Yeah, I'm getting ready to cut out here, and I'm going to make it for a few more minutes. I'm out of coffee. I know that as soon as I stand up, I'm going to have to pee. But the biggest thing is that I got a little bit of cotton mouth, and I'm out of drink. But they're telling me to get this book. I meander in from time to time. Have lots of books that I've collected over the years. And, I was going through some of these old books that I've had for so long. I've got one here, Confucius and Plato. This one that is a well-worn, tore-up book. I mean, this thing goes, I mean, the mice have eaten the back of it kind of thing, and it's Zolar's Ancient Mystical Prophecies, Nostradamus, Black Magic, Witchcraft, and Sorcery. Now, don't ask me why I still have that. And it's been through fires and, here's one, that is different from the one I've been reading from. And it's some Native American legends, Southeastern legends, tales from the Natchez, Caddo, Biloxi, Chickasaw, and other nations. And it's a paperback version versus the one that we've been reading out of. But there are some of these stories that I would like to read. And, in this continuation in what I'm trying to present, I guess, is not necessarily a history, but maybe, but more of a study of, this is what our native peoples, and I talked about this earlier in that earlier video today, that we're all natives to Turtle Island, to the United States, to this continent. We are natives to this, and we should know what our ancestors who lived here for thousands of years have lived, been from, lived through, left little traces here and there. But they are our ancestors because this is where we were born, and this is where our mothers and grandmothers and, not everybody, on my Grandma Raleigh's side, her mother was from Germany. So she was born in the United States, though, along with her sisters. So they were Americans. But my Aunt Shirley and Bessie, my adopted mother, they were really the second generation. So they only, and my Aunt Shirley didn't have children. So, that lineage just kind of literally petered out, pun intended. But that, so where they quote true Americans, their history only went back as far as my my great grandmother, who was fresh off the boat from Germany before the war. After World War I, they, not to get out of here, moved over. But anyway, But to those folks who have lineage, like my paternal father, the Lee family goes back, through generations in Kentucky and then back into Western Virginia, um, and etc. So, but anyway, other books that I have, and here's one that I pulled out, and it's an old book, but there are things in here that, and it's called The Traveler's Guide to the Astral Plane. And I've had this book for years, and I have read it, I'm sure. Um, and this is from the Aquarian Press by Steve Richards, and I'm looking for a date. Um, this was first published in 1983, and I've had this book probably since then. So when I tell y'all that I've been collecting books and reading and how things that I've learned and tried and so forth, these are some of the books that I've had for all these years. And, I can't particular take any, I would have to go back through this and look at it. But in my, I suppose in my defense, uh, you know, what school did I go to? These are the books that I've been reading, and these are the books that I have been led to, and through the experiences and lessons through each of these books in one way or another, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Sometimes you pick up one of these books and you try it, and it's like, it ain't even close. But you can learn the from the wrong, I won't say it's the wrong way of doing things, but wrong to me. Okay. And I know David Castle, when you were talking earlier tonight about, how you, visualize, blowing on a coal to make a flame, to keep it going. I get it. So, but how we look at certain things. So, but anyway, this book here that I've had for quite a while, and a lot of people have used this book, talked about it, and it's called Animal Speaks. Kind of hard to. The Spiritual and Magical Powers of Creatures, Great and Small, and it's by Ted Andrews. It includes a comprehensive dictionary of animal, bird, and reptile symbolism. Now, Ted Andrews, from what I understand, passed away a few years ago. In the U.S., this was 1795, and I've had this book. Goodness gracious! This was published in 1998, and I know I bought it at least then or the next year. But I have had this book since before 2000. Let me just say that. Oh, it was the 15th printing in 1988. I'm sorry, 1998. Copyright was in 1993. Okay. So I'm a little confused of whether or not this book was printed in 98. It seems like I've had this book longer than that. But anyway, so if there's an animal that you've, Paul from Newcastle, hi, how are you? Need all the, I was born here. I'm a native. That's my point, Doug. Yeah, it's been a few hours, long time. Cosmic energy. But anyway, so if anybody has any kind of, um, I mean, they go in here to butterflies, transmutation, and the dance of joy, and it corresponds with what butterfly says in the with the cards too. By the way, there's ant, bee, So different types of, insight into the world of insects. I mean, it's wolf, tiger, squirrel, gray squirrel, snow leopard, skunk. Sensuality, respect, and self-esteem. Skunk was picked earlier tonight. The skunk is one of the most widely recognized mammals, but it is also one of the most misunderstood. It is a very powerful totem with mystical and magical associations. Just look at how people respond to it. They show great respect for it and what it can do. This is part of what skunk teaches. It teaches how to give respect, expect respect, and demand respect. It helps you to recognize your own qualities and to assert them. And so there's a whole page or so about skunk, but it seems to correspond, with, there are sometimes when crystal books first started coming out, people were just, I swear to God, they were just dreaming up shit and putting it in books. And then there were folks who had ties to Native American cultures and so forth that started putting out some information. And to me, there was more wisdom and ancient knowledge with it than with the self-proclaimed guru type people that popped up. They'd been to a powwow or two and bought a couple of crystals and had, took some shrooms and had these, mystical whatever's come up. And the next thing you know, they're spouting all these things. Now I got crystals all around me. Here's one it's a double-ended crystal that has been with me a long time. And it's got it's got its edges, that have been banged and whatever. And I kept it in a certain place in my pocket with a thing, but it has gotten dropped and nicked and dinged by accident, mind you. But it's taken its toll. But there are 4, 5, 6 other crystals like within reach. This is one of my favorites that's sitting near me. Um, this is a smoky quartz. If I can get light on it just right. Now, it's natural up to a point. Somebody has polished this, and somebody's polished this one a little bit. But I like crystals that, even though they've got a little ding in them or something, like this one here. This one I dug out, and its little tip has been broken off, but it's got little crystals that are growing off of the side here, and it was part of a larger um, collection. But there's a lot of energy sitting in this little crystal right here. But it's not a perfect one in any stretch of the imagination. But perfection, just because it looks slick, it's sometimes a broken crystal or a piece of crystalline rock that, like if this piece were to break off, and that, it's a crystal in and of itself, although it doesn't have this beautiful shape and all the points on it, you know. Um, and when I sit here and look around the house, I go, "Oh, there's a crystal there. There's one over there. There's one over. Holy crap! I got them all over the place. Yeah, I got them upstairs and out here. I've got them along the house and places. Oh my gosh, they're all over the place." And so it's like, um, it has been my lifelong collection of stuff. And since I'm short on rocks, I got this other one here. I remember the name of it, and I've been wanting to get it out. Holy crap, it's heavy. And I gotta get a light to shine underneath it. Where's my little pen light? So this is a piece of fluorite. Now it's going to be probably hard to see it, but I'm going to turn a light on underneath it. Yeah, this will help. Yeah. Can you see that blue? Now if I turn it, there's yellow color in it. There's some more blue over here, and then it changes from blue. Can you see that at all? I need it. It's got all kinds of different facets on it. When you look at this side, if you look at it real close and study it, it's almost like looking at on another planet or something. There's all these little etchings and things here, and when you look at it really close, it's almost like you're looking at the surface of the moon or something. I mean, and on this side here, it looks like little buildings raised up, and there's all these different colors. I've had this for a long time. It cost me a pretty penny back in the day. I don't know what it's worth now, but I wouldn't give it up for nothing. This is going to have to stay here at the house till I'm dead. Sorry. Other things I'm like, yeah, okay, nah. Whatever this is special about this, it's special. And I'm sorry, I'm going to hoard it till I die. I'll, let other people hold it and see it. Oh, it's purple, it's blue, it's yellow. There's not any real red in it though. But this section here, it's hard to see. Let me turn this down and make it more dark. That might help. But putting a pen light under it. See that? Now up towards the top by my finger, that's yellow. So we've got yellow, and there are splits inside, and there's purple. Now that's showing up really blue on that side. Flip it around, because every time you turn it, you get a different angle. You get a different color. There's some purple right there. It's not showing up as purple though. And there's facets down inside. But one of the things that back in the day, and there are some people who still claim and believe this, and I believe it up to a point. What point is that? Well, that point may be a little foggy or a little indistinct, but when I look at rocks that literally just come out of the ground like this, and you think deep inside this mountain in a cave, this thing formed, and it formed with different colors mixed in the same matrix, and there's blue in this and it's shade, and this looks like part of the side of a pyramid or something, and this part over here, looks like a civilization, but there's dark blue over here, there's purple here that's mixed in here, light blue, dark purple, sort of a clear, and yellow, all right here in this little bit of matrix. And it's like, and nature created this all on its own, and it's like, that's why I just don't want to get rid of it. It's like, this is there's not another one of these like it anywhere. There may be close, but to have this kind of pattern and these colors all in this one rock, there ain't another one like it. So in my opinion, this thing is priceless. Now, somebody else will go, I give you $20 for it. Nah, sorry. I wouldn't sell, well, maybe a million, but to the point though, to me, it's priceless because you're not going to find another one anywhere like this. And I think it came out of South America. I had a friend of mine who his father was an archaeologist and a collector, and they traveled all around and went to digs. They North Carolina and places digging for sapphire and rubies, and out to Arkansas and places for crystals, and South America and Brazil, and just all different kinds of places. And over the years, I've bought in pieces of rock and stone and crystal and stuff like that. So I'm going to show you one more before I go. I have showed this one before, but it's just to give you an idea. Well, here's one that's just in the way. Now, I mined this myself in North Georgia. This is quartz matrix, and this is black tourmaline in the quartz matrix. And for those folks who know, and there's some more of the black tourmaline there in this rock. The black tourmaline is to help ward off evil, wicked, mean, bad, and nasties. Now there's mica in this that's real shiny. This is a horrible camera to try to do this with, but there's mica surrounded, and then there's the black tourmaline. I literally mined this out of a place in North Georgia, near not too far from where the Georgia Guidestones are. I mean, like within 20 miles of there. And but that's not the. I just wanted to show you that one, but this is the one. It gets heavier every time I pick it up. Now you can see I got two hands on this thing, and it's heavy. This is is smoky quartz. It's one great big giant. Now there are all these facets on this thing, but it was in the mountain, and as I look through it, it's actually got a little blue down inside there. See it coming through? But this thing weighs a ton. But here's the back of the matrix where it was attached. And these are all the little crystal knobby things that have formed on the top of it, making it this one great big giant rock. But it's silky quartz. And I've had this for years. And he traded me, he needed his toilet replaced. And so in his bathroom, and I think I may have put a board in or something. And he didn't have any money, but he had that rock, and I traded him for it. And I still consider it one of the best trades I've ever made, because there aren't any rocks like that either. And it came out of Brazil. So, but anyway, since I was just doing show and tell and stuff like that, I use a piece of pink, purple, black cobalt calcite in my receptive hand for astral traveling when I sleep. Yep. I have used different crystals at different times, and I've tried like the same one for certain things. And it's just like they were like, no, not me, not this time. Go get another crystal. Okay. Now, some people say, that crystals talk to them all the time. But some of the stuff they've said that the crystals told them, I just got to go, man, it's like a really bad blonde, like, oh, the crystal told me these things about unicorns, and hey, geez, you just got to go, okay, hun, But now I look back on that and I go, but it might have been right for her, but it sure did not. That story did not resonate with me. Now, for crystals that are very clear, and like this one, for example, there are no side scores on it. Where this other crystal, and depending on the books, if they have these little side scores on them, that they're the more scores that are on them, the more useful that can be used in certain types of healing. Well, okay. So in a double-ended crystal versus a, and a shovel nosed versus a, one that points out here, a shovel nose, most, it looks sort of like a shovel. And that smoky quartz, is different for certain things, whereas, rose quartz, um, um, there's clear quartz like this, and then it's just cloudy. There's nothing wrong with it. It's perfect, but it's just a white quartz. So that every one of them have their own tendencies, their own frequencies, and I absolutely believe in all that. But some of the crystals, if you look at them down inside them at the different planes where the cutting, or I say cut, it looks like a cut, but it's part of the crystal, that each one of those is a different dimension. And that if you focus on that crystal and in that dimension, that you will, especially if you're tuned in, you will get messages from that dimension. And to the point, though, some of these folks were, well, I was talking to these spirits about something and something. I'm like, okay. But at the same time, and having had some serious conversations with some crystals, and I got some big ones around here, like I was showing you, that some of the experiences with those crystals and meditating and using them to dream walk, which is astral projection in a lot of ways, remote viewing at least, um, that in the dream walk state, if you're focusing on a particular, for example, before I close my eyes, I will focus on the crystal on a certain location, on a certain spot, and allow that to like make my eyes fuzzy. And then I close my eyes and just allow myself to go where I've already been pinpointed. My brain already knows where that spot is. So I don't have to keep looking at the crystal in order for me to go to that place, wherever that is. So understanding that, so one crystal, if it has a lot of different facets on it, can have many different realms within it. And so it may, this one has very little on the inside of it. It's like crystal clear. There's a spot or two in there, but not like other crystals I have. You look on one side and there's all these like fractures, and it gives you all these different, visions in a way. So, but by saying that though, so people who talk about a crystal, okay, so what kind? Is it clear? Does it have, the little side marks on it? Let me pull this and back out again. Um, One side is like really smooth, and the other side's got, so to this one, let me see if I can get the reflection just right. You can't really see it, but along this side here, there's little ridges that run sideways, like that somebody cut them into the side. Trying to get a reflection right. You can see them along this edge here. You can see where they're a side line sideways. So, but anyway, so to those who would take this, and it's almost a center point when you look down on it like that. See, so they would use this for particular healing or use. Now I've got other crystals that the sidelines in them are like really. It almost looks like somebody cut them in there on purpose, but the universe, cut them in there on purpose to make that frequency. Um, because you could take a piece of crystal and so you could change the frequency of this thing. My goodness, that thing's moving around in there. The light just changed inside the crystal while it was laying on top of the cards. Whoa, that was weird. But anyway, so by having these cut side marks in the crystals themselves, um, it alters the frequencies that it can emit. Or anyway, you get my point. So it's like in making a Native American flute with the holes in them. Sometimes the note's not quite right, and so you have to use a little instrument to waller out the hole a little bit. And if you waller it out too far south or too far this way, it can change the whole tone of the flute. So it's sort of like it changes the pitch, it changes the tone. So does these little marks on these crystals. So I've had some very small crystals that just tiny little things and have the most powerful dreams with this little itty bitty thing versus I have held great big crystals and meditated with them and just had a pleasant journey. Not some like, was it a condition? Was it my brain at the time? Was it the information from the universe? Was it more important then? I mean, did the crystal have anything to do with it at all? And so I have to believe that the answer is yes to that. But at the same point, how much did the crystal have to do with the download I got or the images that I got? Because now, although I'm surrounded by these crystals, I'm not, I haven't recently sat down to meditate with any particular crystal. I guess because I'm surrounded by the things, the energy's all around me. So, and one of the things too, that by having a couple of um, crystals like this one that I've had for 25 years or so, and I've carried all kinds of places. It's been with me in the river, it's been with me in the mountains, it's been with me at the ocean, it's been with me in Ohio at the petroglyphs. There's information because it was with me when I experienced these things, right? So this crystal has been a long way, baby, along with some others. But in that, so my knowledge and my energy is stored in there too. If anybody could, retrieve it later on and go, wow, Dave, who is this guy, Dave? He's 3 days on a river and he had this crystal in his pocket. Holy crap. So, but with that though, I think that this one crystal that I've had with me for so long has absolutely protected me in quite a few, in quite a few ways. I mean, I just got to say, I can't say it that the crystal saved me, but I made it through some really terrible things, times, days, weeks, etc. And the crystal was with me when I got to the other side of it. You know what I mean? So did it help me? I want to say it did. So can they help you? Yes. Um, do I think that some people get a little wacko with their crystals? I do. Um, because I've had people wave their crystals at me and they say, well, you should be healed by now. Well, okay, but I'm not. Well, then you just don't believe. No, I believe it. I wouldn't have come to you and let you do this stuff to me because I want to believe, but I don't feel any. I'm not healed. Well, but my crystal work works with other people. Okay, maybe their situation is different. Maybe their pain is false and mine is real. I have real, issues with my spine, and from all the accidents and so forth, not just counting old age. But these other people, well, oh, they were healed and they feel better. I'm grateful to them or for them. But if you're saying it's my fault that I didn't get healed from your crystal, please don't even go there. That is not fair. I've been keeping myself alive and praying with crystals, and now you want to say it's my fault that your crystal didn't work on me. I don't want to go there. That's just I wonder sometimes if the people who receive the healing honestly, got to be truthful here, honestly was healed by what the people were proclaiming that they were going to heal them from. Compression fractures on my spine. Yeah. And mine is the, oh, where the nerve endings go through the bone. I always forget it. But anyway, I got it really bad in the lower spine. Um, but do I think crystals heal people? Yeah, I do. Do I think that, there are ways that you can meditate and help you in the astral plane and in other ways with crystals? Absolutely. But I want to also caution people that there are some wackos out there that just seem to be over crystallized, I guess. I think they literally have fried their brains, but and maybe it's drugs, and they're well, the crystals told me, and they're woo woo, and I'm like, what? Come on, just tell me a story. Oh, but the crystal speaks, and it's all of this. And like, and everything that comes out is like nonsense. There's nothing practical in it. But the crystal speaks to me, and people are like, "Ooh, guru, he's got a crystal." So do I, and they could be part of the reason why I'm grateful for receiving the messages and having the conversations with the ancestors and with you all. But am I going to sit and go, this crystal's talking? Maybe I will one day, but um, and maybe they are the reason why the cards work. So, but my point is, Lord help me if I'm ever sitting over a crystal and going gooby gooby gobby gobby. Somebody call me and wake me, slap me. I must have taken the wrong drug, or haven't had any drugs. That could possibly be the answer too. But and I'm sitting here looking at this piece, and this was a piece that I found. It's an ancient piece. It was just litter along the river. If I can get this at the right angle. This is flint, and it's still attached to some rock. It's very crude, but it would easily have been on a spear. It's been flattened on this side, so it has obviously been worked. Because I've known several people who do flint knapping, and but these edges have serrations that have obviously been worked. But this is an ancient piece of rock that I found. Well, the Flint River is not too far from here, so therefore you find flint things. But I have found flint arrowheads in my driveway here on the property because there was a major battle years ago, and there's a chief that was buried right up on the hill. And my next door neighbor, we share the property line. On right at the property line, he found 250 arrowheads, blades, knives, all made out of flint. And some of these things were like this long, big, beautiful, non-broken. And and next to that is where supposedly there is no other reason. But there was an Indian chief brave that was buried or cremated right up on top of my hill on my side of the property, because they would never put things with the corpse. They would always lay it nearby as an offering. So all of these knife blades and everything were like 20 feet from my property line up there on the hill. And he was kind of, I told him, I said, man, you should maybe put some of that back down in the ground. And he was going to try to sell them. And he told me, he said, I just felt bad about trying to sell some of this stuff. And he said, and people were asking me where I got it, because some of these pieces are absolutely gorgeous. And he said, I just can't sell them. And I was like, good, don't. You're not supposed to. They weren't meant for you. You weren't meant to find them. The chief that's buried up there, and all of those arrowheads and everything was meant for him. Though those were people who donated anyway. So it's like, and here on my property back in the day, and I haven't found anything recently, but I've several, arrowheads that were found here on the property. So, the Creek and the Cherokee very much, and maybe some Seminole back in the day, but white man came through and made a massacre of them all. And, and some of the history is still here on this piece of property. So anyway, my friends, it has been absolutely wonderful hanging out with y'all. And Elder Barry, Doug, good to see you again. David Castle, as always. Um, if I can ever figure out how to do a share screen thingy, it would be nice, David, if you and I would get on one evening and just bullshit about stuff. So I haven't had the brain power to figure out with this computer, and it keeps messing up anyway. But anyway, so maybe one of these days I'll figure out how to do a share. It's not that I don't want to, I haven't figured it out yet. Okay. So I would have other people on with me if I could make it through all the steps and get her done. But anyway, thank you all. Blessings. Michelle, if you're still out there, message retracted. Okay. But it's good to be with you all. Thank you so much for sharing. And I'm out of coffee, out of time, out of wine, gotta pee, and it's been 4.5 hours. Yeah, thank you, Elder Barry. I've talked about this before, but there are times, and when my friend was here yesterday, I said, I keep getting the realization that even though I'm live by myself, me and the dog, and we get a visitor or two, but and I'm not really lonely. There are times when I would like to go out, but it just it ain't the time. But there are lots of things that I can occupy my time with, and lots of things to do. But I was like, from the message that I received from my Mother Mary message, the goddess, uh, I like to consider White Dove, and the messages and visions and things over the years, I realized that I'm supposed to be here, not just to try to, do wisecracks or to try to, I do want people to become more spiritual in their own way. And how can I help, but there are people who are alone and and they may be surrounded with others, but they're still lonely. And there are people out there that just need to hang out. And so as much as I'm like, yeah, well, I make up all these excuses as to why I shouldn't go online and just hang out. And I think sometimes, no, it may not be for you. So I don't get online for me. I get online for everybody else and whoever is out there to listen, to participate, to share. Otherwise, me and the dog, we would get along just fine. Now, don't get me wrong. I enjoy hanging out with y'all, but, you know, the alternative is, but why? The why is because I get to hang out. We get to share, and that's important. So the little things that we do I hang out? Do I read cards? Do I not read cards? And I just say, let it play through. They'll give me these messages they want me to have the conversation about, and it's about like Barry and Sarah tonight on Milky Way. I was like, so many people are having so much trouble. Do they know the basics? So I'm not to take away from anything that you said, David, or from Sarah, but to add my little bit of 2 cents at the very beginning of it. And are people relaxing? Are people doing these simple things? And if you missed it, for those of you here in the late, go to the beginning of this and I give instructions on simple ways to, do the breathing and, to calm yourself and to get in the mood for being able to meditate. So, but I'm here to, if maybe that'll help, if it helps one person to help them to grasp what they need. Good. Now, I would wish that thousands or millions of people would understand this and be able to stop and, take a deep breath and to calm themselves and to be able to relax themselves and put themselves in this because oh my God, what a better place this would be, and it would cut down on your stress and strain, and and it doesn't cost any money. You don't have to go anywhere. But with that said, so I love you all. Thank you, David. Hug Duggar for it. Yeah, he's over here. We shall manifest it. Thank you. Um, I healed a double foot break in 1 month. Doctor was so astonished that he danced around the room. It usually takes 6 months. Yeah, I have healed myself with things too, Barry. I understand that. And it can be done, okay? But some things just can't be fixed. But my point earlier, I think about the healing things, but these people were walking around with this crystal and they could make me walk and cure anything. And it's like, I'm ready. I'm yes, I'm open. Well, do you believe in Jesus? Maybe not like you, but yes. Do you believe that you're reborn? Yes. What's this got to do with you taking a crystal and healing me? But okie doke. But anyway, so I'm old and I've got a cramp and I'm thirsty, basically. I love you all. Thank you so much. Have a happy Sunday. And, I'm going to take Tampa Bay in 6 points. I got them. Well, I do have money, but, Tampa Bay in 6. Not to say that Kansas City, can't come in there and whoop them. But it was how Tom and them played against Rodgers in the cold up in Green Bay. And I know how many of you, I played football when I was a kid. That's how I got my leg broken, all that. So, I'm not going to wear jerseys or whatever, but I am going to watch a football game. Am I worried about all this other stuff or who does not? But it's interesting though that Tampa Bucks are playing in the Super Bowl in their own hometown. That's a first. No home team has ever played in the Super Bowl. So I just think that's interesting. Now the Bucks have a tendency to just lose their ass too, but not since Tom Brady's been on. So it's going to be interesting. And just I'm going to watch the game, yeah, because I just want to see, you know, if I got any money on it, no, but I've watched Kansas City and I've watched Tampa Bay, and I'm not going to give them any more than 6. I might actually just say 3. Tampa Bay by 3. Um, but there's a lot going on, and the folks in Tampa are going to feel more, more at home in Tampa. But Rodgers was supposed to feel good in Green Bay, even in the snow, and they lost their ass. So they got their ass handed to them by Tampa Bay. So, but we'll see. For those of you who like football or will watch it, I'm not doing it so much as the Super Bowl as 2 teams who made it to the end of the season. That's why I'm watching. Okay, so that means Super Bowl, but I just from curiosity, one of the weirdest football seasons ever, right? Same thing with NASCAR racing and stuff, Um, God, that things will get back to normal. Daytona's coming up, And I remember I've been to Daytona back in the 60s when my grandfather moved down from Ohio, and we all went to that they let me drive his car over to Daytona and on Interstate 4. But we sat down in the curve just as it's coming out of the last bend down the straightaway. We were down in that section back when AJ Foyt and them were racing, and God, I can't think of his name, but anyway, so no, I can't think of his name, but anyway, I think Mario Andretti was in on them and some of those, but it in the '60s, the early days of Daytona, So, but so Star Car Racing, yeah, I'll stop and watch it, or but I'm not a crazy fan. I don't have any particular person in mind that I like over another one. And a race is a race is a race. Football game, the guys miss. People get hurt, they slip in the mud. It's just fun to see who's going to make it to the other side. Not necessarily the winner, but not the losers, made it to the end without a great big pile up. So I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And I'm sure there's people out there that think when I say this at the end of my videos that it's so easy for me to say, or that that I'm somehow like making this shit up. Nah, I pray every day that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that wonderful name of three, I want to say, thank thee. I continue to pray that every day, each and every one of you, and all the people you may come in contact will continue to accept and receive and share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. I think generally as a population, I tuned into this black man on a rant uh, yesterday or today, and I thought he was going to cuss us white people out, but he wasn't. He was like, there were a bunch of us who went to, there was like a house fire or something, or smoke coming out of a building, and that all of these people rushed together. There were two Mexicans, there was a black man, there was a white man, there was somebody else, and nobody cared who the person was in the apartment building that would, it wasn't burning down, but there was smoke, and and so nobody asked about who, if they were an illegal alien in the building or not. And he was praising the fact that he was cursing those who said that there was all this racial division and tension. And he was like, them mofos and them, he was letting them have it. And them are those people who are trying to tell us that we can't get along and that we don't get along. So his position was, me as a black man, and the Mexicans, all these white people, we didn't care. We came together because we thought this lady in this building, because there was smoke, that we were ready to rush into the building and go save her. And we didn't care that, we were different mixes or colors or race, or who she was in the building. And I'm like, thank you. We need more folk, not just, white folk, but the black folk, to stand up and say that. I meet people all the time and they're not prejudiced towards me. We don't have arguments. They're, and I say it all the time. I'm A lot of the people I've known in my lifetime are wonderful black folk that I've been to their houses. I've been to, done puppet shows and stuff. But the idea, but to hear it from a black man who is literally telling folks, this ain't right. This ain't right. I don't feel like this as a black man. My friends don't feel like this. My white friends don't feel like that. They don't treat me bad. Why should we? So, more people need to stand up and just not necessarily be rude about it, but speak your mind and go, I don't feel that way. And the more like us in this chat room and with Milky Way and other things, when we chat amongst ourselves, we don't care what color, creed, or where we come from. It's how honorable we treat each other with respect. That's the bottom line, right? That's the only real rule in here. Treat each other with respect. Whether you agree with us or not, it's okay. The world is made up of different people, but as long as we respect each other and honor each other for our own things, then we got this, So, super score, Leanne V, how are you? I like that closing statement. Thank you for the prayers, and I mean it. I honestly do. Hey, Mary Wins, how are you? Super scream. All right. I'm gonna go get me another thing of stew and see if I got another log to throw on the fire. It's actually not too bad in the house. The wind's not blowing, so it was blowing really hard the other the other day, and it was colder than snot in here, even with a fire. But when it's calm outside, me and the house get along. So yes, Elderberry, TTFN. So I've already said my prayers, and I absolutely mean them. And I know that there may be folks who listen to this and go, "Hey, he's just some crank crock." Okay, it doesn't matter what they think. In that response, I'm kind of sort of like Skunk. I don't really care. I mean, I do. I would hope that they understood that I am sincere with what I say. But if they don't get it, if they don't see it, I'm not going to try to make them. It's okie dokie. But in my heart and in my heart of hearts and in my cosmic heart, I do mean it because I absolutely believe we're making a difference. 4 or 5 years ago, I was one of the most pessimistic sons of bitches you could ever be. We're all going to die. And yeah, okay, I agree. We're all going to die, but how we do it and what we do between now and then is what's important. And how we look at the other side from here. So anyway, I love you all. Have a safe Sunday, and if you watch the Super Bowl, okie doke. But please don't curse us guys who just like to watch a football game and it's the last one of the season. So well, he's watching the Super Bowl. He's one of them in the NFL guy. No, I'm not. I just would like a good football game. And if it's a crappy game, I'll turn it off. But anyway, so we'll see how it goes. So from South Georgia, as I always say, normally, TTFN, Miss Mary, Elder, Leanne V. Okay, I don't see. I know there's some others out there. Cheers, everyone. Keep up the good work. I mean it. Y'all are doing great. And things are going to get even fishier coming up. We just got to, remember, we'll get through this. Keep your spirits together. And if we need to, we'll do another hangout and keep each other company in the times of craziness. I love you all. Till next time.